Yes, yes, ungodly hours. But listen, listen. I Sisyphus told me to go live, and so I do. Also, yeah, I have a Homestuck. um, right. I do look a little different because we're talking about Homestuck, and I've had this in my back pocket forever because Marcy and I read Homestuck, and I made this for that. So I figured, oh, I could just use my fucking Homestuck sprite right now, couldn't I? I love how like shittily colored in it is. Like you can see like it like bleeding over the lines. The Homestuck jump scare. This is what you asked for, okay? Hang on, let me get the tunes in. For some reason the tunes didn't want to play when I hit play. There we go. There we go. Should be good. Should be good. Louder, a bit louder than normal. Let me turn this shit down. How's that? I think that should be fine relative to my voice. Am I right? Also, congratulations, Colton, on the 5 stream streak. That's impressive considering I usually stream when you're not awake. Okay. Okay. So, because it's ungodly hours, and I was interrupted in the middle of making my Homestuck family tree, which is a fucking mess, by the way. I like. Okay, before I get into classics, actually, I should probably like explain this because I have a history of making Homestuck family trees because people like to say my Blorbos are related when they aren't. Um, and I want to explain how that common misconception happens. So there are two timelines in Homestuck. There's the beta timeline, which happens first. That's the first one. There's the alpha timeline, which happens second. Okay? And so in the beta timeline, we have four kids. There's John, who has these little glasses here, and he has buck teeth like this. And his hair goes like swish. Fuck. No, wait, hang on. How does John's hair go again? It's like he has a boop there, and then like a boop there, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's like this kinda. All right. So this is John, and then we have Jade, who has round glasses and two buck teeth. And she's this is Boulder, actually, if you didn't know. Um, okay. And then she has like bigger hair. That's Jade. This is a really shitty Jade drawing, but you get the idea. This is Jade. It's fucking terrible art. Um, and then we have Rose, who doesn't have glasses. She's just a girl, and she's kind of like that. And fuck, fuck. I'm trying to like remember off the top of my head. I literally just put these guys in my family tree. Why is it so hard to remember what they look like when I'm forced to draw them? It's so fucked up. Um. Anyway, Rose has bangs. She's like, and then she has like a headband. She's like, there you go. That's Rose. And then we have Dave, who's probably my second ever cosplay, my first ever Homestuck cosplay. I made his head way bigger. Hang on, Dave. He wears the aviators. He doesn't smile, unlike what the Homestuck pilot will try to tell you. His hair kind of looks like a bird. There we go. It's Dave. And so these are our main guys. Let me like move them a little bit here. And then I'm gonna like separate them a tad. And make John a little bigger because I made him really small for some reason. Doesn't smile, does he chuckle? Yeah, he'll chuckle sometimes. He's not Knuckles. And then so John has a father, but we're not gonna like pay attention to his father, but just like know he exists. I'll just say like dad here. And as I said before, dad is his half brother, but like he's like irrelevant to this conversation right now. And then we have uh they're guardians. So John has a Nana who's dead, and Jade has her grandpop, but he's also dead. And then Rose has her mom, and Dave has his bro. And by these names, you would suggest that like okay, Dave has a brother, and Rose has a mom, and Jade has a grandpa, and John has a grandma. But that's incorrect. Only one of these is true, and that is that mom is Rose's mom. However, Bro is Dave's biological dad, Jade's grandpa is her biological dad, and John's Nana is his biological mother. But they don't know this at the start. And we'll come to know Nana as my girl, uh, Jane Crocker, um, who also has little buck teeth, and she is very cutesy, and I love her, and she's not fascist, I promise. But like she has hair like this, and so we're just gonna put Jane up here. I'll make her a little smaller. I drew her very big. So we have Jane, who is John's Nana. And then we have Jake, who is Jade's pop pop. He has the same glasses that John has, as well as his like 3 buck teeth. Um and then like he has like a bit here, and then he's like his no, his hair's not like that crazy, but it goes like there we go. I say it's not that crazy, and then I make it that crazy again, but that's fine. That's fine. You just got to get the idea. Um, Again, I also made him too big. These damn guardians and their big hair, I guess. So there's Jake, and then we have Rose's mom, who's girl of all time, probably one of the best characters in the entire comic. Uh, Roxy. I love you. Nah, I need to like I need to do her better justice. Hang on, actually. She needs to like wonk. Wait. Wonk. There we go. Very, very important to get the wink in there. It's like integral to her. And she has like the little hair like this. Okay. And that's Roxy. And then you have Dave's bro, who's Dirk, like the most famous guy in Homestuck, probably. Everyone has thoughts about Dirk. I do as well. And then like he has like hair. It's like yeah, he looks exactly like that. Okay. Okay. So these are their guardians. A very important wink. Yes, yes, yes. Very important wink. Okay. And so this is how the family tree looks, okay, guys? I want you to pay close attention. Jane and Jake, that's a terrible color. Let me do green for the slime goo. So these two are the ecto slime parents of John and Jade, okay? Jane and Jake are not related, and their combined DNA gave birth to John and Jade. So John and Jade, they're siblings. I don't know why that eye has a dot. They're siblings. And on the same end here, Roxy and Dirk are the ecto slime parents of Rose and Dave. They are also siblings. Siblings. Yes. This is really straightforward. Yes, this is just like how normal family trees happen. So how could anyone in the world, for some reason, tell me that Jane and Jake are related? Is it just because they have black hair, where you look similar, and therefore you're siblings? Is fucking crazy. But I understand where they come from, because they don't understand what happens in Homestuck. Like, they can't read, and that's their problem. So I'm gonna tell you what happens in the second timeline, okay? So something bad happens in Homestuck, and so they have to do something called a scratch. And they scratch their timeline. And what that basically means is they take their timeline and they reset it. And it has all the same elements, but some things are a tiny itty bit different this time around. And fuck, I should explain how the babies happen and get to where they are. So a little interlude to this. So in order to create the ecto slime babies, they were made in space on a meteor, and they were birthed into existence. Jane, Jake, Roxy, and Dirk are paradox clones of themselves, in which the machine took their DNA from the future to make the babies that they will that will eventually grow into those versions of them. They exist in a perfect loop. There is no beginning to them. Like people are like, oh, time loop don't make sense because where does the circle start? The circle never starts. The circle is a stamp. You know? That's how time loops works. If you take a stamp, you put ink on it, you put it on the paper, the stamp a circle. The circle didn't start anywhere. It just was a circle the whole time. That's how time loop work, okay? So these four are a circle. This is how Satan time travel. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. I know so much and so little about Kingdom Hearts. Anyway, so when these guys were being made on the meteor in space, in the meteor, this is the meteor. There's like a lab on the meteor where the babies are made. They were made here because they were always destined to be made. It's basically like a fucking like fuck you. This is how fate is. You were always designed to be born on this meteor, and you were going to be the fault. You are at fault for your own creation, and always have been. That's kind of the idea. So when these guys circled into existence, they pushed funny buttons that combined the DNA of Jane and Jake to make baby John and Jade. And they also did that for Roxy and Dirk to make baby Rose and Dave. And then the Homestuck game mechanics happened. And you're like, oh, what are the Homestuck game mechanics? Well, basically, they're these meteors that happened. They put the babies on many meteors. So each baby got like a meteor that they got to go on. And during the climax of the game, all meteors start going to attack this place called Skya. And Skya is blue. So they're going to attack the blue place. However, they struggle to attack the blue place because blue place makes big portals, these big green portals, and they send the meteors through the portals as a defense mechanism. And those portals lead to Earth, which is green and blue, if you weren't aware of how the planet worked. So this is Earth. So the meteors go to Earth and they crash land on Earth. However, these portals just don't take them to any point in Earth. No, it's different time periods of Earth. So like some of them can crash in like the 1900s, some of them in the early 2000s or whatever. Like it doesn't fucking matter. Point being, meteors land whenever the fuck they land by the whims of the magic of the game. And so the meteors with Jane, Jake, Roxy, and Dirk all landed earlier in the timeline. Jane and Jake at the earliest. So I'm just gonna like, I was gonna try to abbreviate their names somehow, but I can't because like if I like just do it to J, there's like 4 J characters here, and if I do it to JA, there's like 3 JA characters here. So I'm just gonna like put their chum handles next to them. So Jane is GG, Jake is GT, John is EB, and Jade is fuck. Jade is Jane are the same. Fuck you. Fuck Homestuck. I hate it here. I'm okay. Hang on. Let me just like copy and paste. So these guys were sent into the Earth at the earliest, and that's how they become Nana and Pop-Up, because they're the oldest, right? So they're not the oldest because they were born first. They were sent first, right? Because they were just put on Earth before everyone else was. And then next up, Roxy and Dirk were sent to Earth. Hang on. Next up, these two were sent to Earth. So like they're like the second oldest or whatever. So they come to Earth next. So they're the second oldest just because of like timeline, you know, like they're second. And then everyone else, these 3 came third. So these 3, they all came in like December, like really close together. So these 3 are third. And then John like came like a few months later. I don't know. He was like a special like late bloomer or whatever. So he came a little late. But that's okay. We still love him. So John came 4th. Okay. Is this making sense? Do we have any questions from the class? Or are we keeping up so far? So why were they on the meteors? Okay. So they were on the meteors for multiple reasons. I guess like the main reason is because they needed to get to Earth. So in Homestuck, they're playing a game, and the game is called Spurb. And like long story short, this game is the key to the way all universes are born. It is like Fate, the game, like fuck, how do I explain it? What does it stand for? It stands for nothing. It's meant to be like a play on suburb. Because John lives in a suburb. Because like building homes is like a large part of it. So it doesn't stand for nothing. There are multiple iterations of this game. Of course, one is called Scrub, and the other is called Shub, I believe. I think that's the new one. Or Shurb. I think that's the new one. But we don't care about these right now. Those are not important. Point being, this game is like the biggest fuck you ever, because it's basically like you never had a way to not play this game. You never had a no. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not fucking with you. This is what Homestuck is like. I'm not fucking with you. So so where we only care about Spurb right now. We only care about Spurb. Spurb, when activated, causes the destruction of your world. Spurb is real. You saw the Joe stream? Yeah. So Spurb causes the destruction of your world because of the meteor things, but the meteors will always be sent because they were on the meteors, which meant that the game always had to be played, blah, blah, blah. It's a circle. Spurb is a circle. Does this make sense? Anyway, they're on the meteors because the meteors are a game mechanic in Spurb. The meteors house lots of various different important things. They exist in a place known as the Veil. It's the Veil of Meteors, and there are different laboratories and stuff in the Veil on the meteors and whatnot. And most of them aren't important for what we're talking about right now. I could get into all the fucking things that the meteors do, but the most important thing to know is that the lab where the babies is made is on the meteors, and the lab exists solely so the people who are meant to be playing the game can come into existence because the game makes its own players. If you are meant to be playing Spurb, you will make your babies in Spurb. You will make your infant self, you will make your parents, you will make your friends who are playing the games with you. And those are made on the meteor. And when the time for the reckoning comes, which is like the big go time, like, oh shit, the game is really ramping up, you better get your shit in gear. When the time for the reckoning happens, when the meteors are going to hit Skya, all the babies are, by the game, transported out into their individual meteors so they can go through the Skya portals to go to Earth to be put into existence at whatever point in time is most necessary for them to be put into existence so that they are able to play the game. Does that answer your question? No? It really is Kingdom Hearts? Is there anything I can explain more succinctly, or are we just gonna decide that, like, there's no way we're understanding this right now, and we'll move on? Keep going? Okay. Okay. When does Fish Hitler show up? She's already here. We're not... wait, I can get into Fish Hitler later. I can talk about Fish Hitler after this, okay? Okay? But she's already here. In fact, she adopts Jane and Jake, but Jake runs away from home, so she raises Jane, who ends up being John's Nana. And she is Betty Crocker, but we'll get to that. We can get to that later. Anyway. The important thing is this. So, Jane and Jake are sent first. Roxy and Dirk are sent second. Jane, Rose, and Dave are sent third, and then John's sent last, but, like, these guys are basically sent around the same time. It's just, like, a couple month difference. And so, this creates the age lineups we have, you know? Jane and Jake become John and Jade's Nana and Pop-Up, respectively, and then, they die, because, you know, they're older. And you know, they have their own way of mourning. They're dead. Grandparents who are actually their parents, they just aren't aware of that. And then Roxy and Dirk arrive a few years after Jane and Jake, so they're old enough to be like actual parental figures. So Roxy directly raises Rose as her mom, and Dirk directly raises Dave as his bro because he's too cool to be a father. And also because of the big bad evil guy who's whispering in Bro's head. But we're not gonna pay attention to Cal right now. It's a whole different fucking can of worms, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Anyway, so when the big bad thing happens that causes them to reset their fucking timeline, what happens is, like I said, it resets the timeline, and you keep all the same components, but things are just jostled around a little bit, right? In order to create a different playing environment. This one right here didn't work out. It worked out really bad, and so they needed to hard reset and create a new universe in which they might actually have a chance at winning the game this time. And the resetting the timeline is a mechanic of the game. It is a failsafe that it allows you to do. And when they reset the timeline, in the doing what they call the scratch this one very important thing happens, okay? And this is like how they cause the shakeup to make things winnable. I'm gonna like, actually I won't get rid of these, but I want to like move them down a little bit so we can read. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm just gonna like get rid of whatever this little draw over that I did. Fuck, where is everything? Is this it? No. All my layers. What the hell? There we go. Okay. So. Here we go. Okay. So, this is the timeline as it was before. You want to see the really funny thing that Spurb did in order to like shake things up? Are you ready? They do this. This is what happens. Now, nothing changes. However, the order in which the meteors are sent is reversed, okay? Now let me like rectify this so it makes more sense. I'm going to put the copies over here. So, it is essentially, this is still true. This is still true, but we're gonna like make a section here. What we do? I doubt it. Okay, we're gonna make a separate section here. Okay. So this is what's true of the alpha timeline. This is just how it is. It's still true. I'm annoying myself with not keeping like my writing consistent. So this is still true, but it looks like this. And I'm gonna get the good morning, Double Jumper. I'm explaining Homestuck right now. Okay. So what it looks like is, get John up here. Get Jade here. Honestly, I should probably just grab these. Okay. And then we're gonna grab these guys. And then I'm gonna merge all these layers real quick. Make it easy for me. Fuck. Okay. Grab my pen. Almost dropped it. Now. So now John looks to be Jane's pop-up. And Jade looks to be Jake's Nana. Rose looks to be Roxy's mom. And Dave looks to be Dirk's bro. And they're still related in this way, in which these two, like again, over here, this is still true, but it looks like this now. However, these two still get, how do I make, like, it, like, again, this is still true. So it looks like this to them. Uh-huh. Right. And even though these two are related and these two are related, none of these four are related. And because of that, a lot of the alpha timeline has to do with the fact that everyone wants to fuck this guy. And he's asexual. So they have a lot of relationship drama going on. But, like, everyone wants to cancel Jane because they're like, she can't date Jake. They're related. And I'm like, no, they're not. Because if they were related, then John and Jade would be incest babies, but they're not related. They're parents to these two who are related. I had to check something and zone back in and everyone wants to fuck this guy. That's the plot of Act 6. Most of it. Everyone wants to fuck Jake. That's that. If there's one thing you need to know about Act 6 of Homestuck, it's everyone wants a piece of Jake's juicy, fat ass. Okay? He has crazy butt cheeks and everyone is all over it. It's just a fact. Like, Jane crushing on him like crazy. Roxy, she wants a piece of that ass, but she's withstanding, like, she's holding back because Dirk also wants a piece of that ass, and Roxy knows that her two BFFs really want a piece of his ass, so she's, like, pretending she doesn't have the feelings. Completely irrelevant. Anyway, my whole point was to say that Jane and Jake and Roxy and Dirk are not related in any way. But there are a small portion of the illiterate Homestuck fan base which thinks so. But all that really happens, all that really happens in the alpha timeline is instead of these guys being sent first, they're sent third. So they're third. These guys are fourth, and then Jade and John are first, and Rose and Dave are second. Now, all that happens is they're just sent back to Earth at different periods in time, because that's the only thing the game has the power to change. Like, they don't change who's related. They don't change who is the ecto-biological parent of who. They just choose different points on the timeline to send them. It has to be easier if I had a timeline. Hang on. So, I'm gonna choose green for the beta timeline. I'll call it the B timeline. And I'll go red for the A timeline. Okay. We'll just like head over here. And then this is the start. Start is up at the top. And the only difference here is that Jane and Jake come in here. Roxy and Dirk come in here. Jade, Rose, and Dave come in here. And then, like, John is, like, really close. So, like, John comes in here. Okay? And the only difference is that John and Jade come here. Rose and Dave come in here. Jane and Jake come in here. And then Roxy and Dirk come in here. That's the only difference between the timeline. It's just when they arrive. The whole parentage situation is the same. It just depends on when they come into the timeline, like when they are sent back in time to start existing. It's just like when the babies arrive on the timelines. Do we have any questions? I think this showcases it pretty well. I think I got it. Fuck yeah! I explained an element of Homestuck. Let's go. we're understanding today. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Okay. If this has been grasped, I suppose before I get into what I wanted to talk about, someone had a question about C Hitler. So maybe I should explain C Hitler. I'm gonna save this so I can send it into the Discord after stream. Oh. Okay, let me group these all into one group. Timeline relationship. If she's one of the most relevant characters in Homestuck. I mean, she's not relevant to like class specs or anything, but like, listen, if anyone has like general like Homestuck confusion that they've been too afraid to ask, or they just didn't want to bother Googling, but just like have an itch in the back of their mind, I can answer the questions here. All right. This is welcome to Homestuck class. Okay. Let me put these all in the same folder. Collapse that. There we go. Okay. So let's talk about C Hitler. Should I like I was gonna pull up a picture of her, but maybe it's funnier if I draw her. Let me like make this like a bit smaller. Okay. So C Hitler is a woman. She kind of has like a crown thing, like this on her head. And she's like really sexy. There's her like looking mad. And she has these big ol' horns that go like that. That looks phallic. I can't make her horns not look phallic. I'm sorry. And then she has fins. That's why she's called Fish Hitler. She has like little fins on the side of her face. There we go, like that. So is she actually Hitler? Or she just called that. Well, okay. So she's not Adolf Hitler, but she is a fascist. And within the comic, they do refer to her as like Space C Hitler. But she goes by many names. You know, the condescension, her imperious condescension, Space Hitler, Batter Witch, Betty Crocker, the works, you know, all your classic villain names. She has like some bling. She's like really cool, and she has like a trident. Yeah. She has like Pisces symbol on her clothes. Yeah, this is her. So this is C Hitler. I should like write her monikers, I suppose. So she's the Condis. I guess the is important. Um, her imperious condescension. I can't spell, but you get the idea. Uh, Alien C Hitler, Batter Witch, And of course, most infamously of all, Betty Crocker. Do we have any questions about her so far? I'll take that silence as a no. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So, um, as you can tell by the horns and the fins, you can probably tell she isn't human. She is part of a race called trolls. Okay? If you've heard of Homestuck, you know what a troll is. They have the fucking like candy corn horns or whatever, and they're gray and they have black hair and blah, 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 blah. They have blood colors. Everyone knows what trolls are. So she's a troll. She comes from Alternia, which is the troll planet. It's like a planet, and it has 2 moons, one green one, and one pink one. Okay. They also have like a sun that's like really big, and it's like right there. That's a bad sun color. Anyway, it's super dangerous to go out in the day, but that's not important. That's just like stupid troll lore that has nothing to do with anything. Anyway, this is Alternia, and this is where she hails from. On Alternia, there is a caste system known as the hemo spectrum. All right, and the hemo spectrum has to do with troll blood color. So, if we are to rank it from lowest to highest, we have Burgundy, which is the lowest. Bronze, which is a little higher up. Mustard. And these are like the lowest lows. So I'm gonna like kind of separate them by like their rank. So we got those 3. And then fuck, what comes next? I believe it's olive. I don't want to get this wrong. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk about extinct blood colors here. We're just gonna be doing things. I've been wondering about these guys. Did the main cast have troll forms or something, or have it been confused? Okay, no. Okay, so the trolls are an alien species from a different planet, and they created the universe where the humans reside in. So when we meet our human characters, they exist in the universe that the trolls created via their version of Spurb, which is called Scrub. They made our universe because the whole purpose of Spurb, Scrub, or Shrub, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, is to make a universe. Homestuck's a creation myth. Yeah. So the trolls are entirely separate. They're their own thing. All right. And then let's see here. Then we have olive. No, olive's a little darker than that. Olive. And then we get to jade. Okay. And then teal. Okay, those are the mid bloods. Then we start getting into the higher stuff, where we get cobalt or cerulean, as some may call it. That's not quite right. It's a little darker than that. Yeah, that's better. Cerulean, and then indigo. And purple. Okay. And then we get to the sea dwelling trolls, where we get violet and the ever important fuchsia. Okay? So we're gonna like zoom in on the hemo spectrum for a little bit here. This is very important. So burgundy. I'm not using Cankry's politically correct terms, actually. Never mind. I don't want to out myself as knowing what Cankry talks about. So these are low bloods. These are mid bloods. These are high bloods. And these are like the royal bloods, we'll call them. Or like the sea dwelling bloods. And if you're wondering, there are other blood types. Candy Mutant Red, which is believed to be a mutant of a blood type that went extinct around this area. It was the lime blood. But we don't like really pay attention to that. But this is who Karkat is. Karkat's a mutant. I'm just gonna put KK for Karkat. Here we go. So these guys are like kill on sight. Alternia is a very classist and violent society in which low bloods can be killed for any reason without any real remorse from any of the higher blood castes. And basically anyone below any blood caste has permission to kill whoever. I probably won't get into the specifics of what each blood color is and what they can do. Just know, like, these guys are, like, basically, like, your farmers and your like, servants and just, like, the lowest of the low. These guys kind of get into, like, your more, like, middle-class stuff, and they, like, help run society. Like, you'll have, like, lawyers in here. You have people who oversee the reproduction of their species. Like, they're higher up. Olives tend to be, like, bodyguards and, like, bounty hunters and stuff. High bloods are, like, the aristocracy, you know, like, they're the fucking richer. They're blue bloods. They're blue bloods, you know? Like they don't have to work for shit. They just get what they want because they can have whatever they want. Except for clowns. Clowns are different. Clowns are religious. I just called purple bloods clowns. All purple bloods are clowns, okay? And they have a religion that is based off of insane clown posse. They're juggalos. They have their juggalo religion, and it's very important to them. Purple blood makes you clown. Yes, if you have purple blood, you are a clown. It is in your DNA. And purple is the highest land-dwelling trolls. And there is a ruler of those. He is known as the Grand High Blood. And he works directly under her Imperious Condescension and even killed a Violet Blood in her name. So even though that, like, Purple is under Violet, he still has permission to kill Violets because he works so closely to her Imperious Condescension. And her Imperious Condescension, was it were it not clear, is the highest of the royal seafaring blood. She is a fuchsia blood. And fuchsia bloods are incredibly rare. There's, like, one born maybe every, like, 1,000 years or so. And they have incredibly long lifespans. Lifespans start at, like, you know, like maybe 50 years up here, get into like the hundreds here, and get into like the fucking like millions up here, okay? Fuchsia bloods can live basically for fucking ever. You get one every now and then, and they're highly competitive. So basically, the older one is probably going to kill off the younger one the second they're born, so they can stay in power. Because the one fuchsia blood who is usually ever existing in the world, or in the fucking universe for that matter, is the one in charge of the entire troll species. Any questions so far? I think I've explained well enough. All right. So, Alternia, as I said, is a very volatile planet. It is also a planet with no adults on it. No adults. That's adults. There we go. I can spell. No adults. No adults on Alternia. Everyone on Alternia is a baby. They are children. They are teenagers. this entire planet society is run by babies. Why is that the case? Because Her Imperious Condescension one day decided that there should be no more adults on Alternia due to an uprising started by Karkat's ancestor, who is known as the Signless, aka the Sufferer. And if you don't know, which you probably don't because you're here listening to me, the Signless, aka the Sufferer, is Troll Jesus. So back in the day, the Signless managed to survive and grew up to be an adult back when adults were allowed on Alternia, and he became Jesus and started, like, sending messages to all troll kind of love and equality, and he got executed by an Indigo Blood under the Imperious's direction. And he died for our sins and was said he was going to be resurrected, and Karkat is Jesus reincarnated, but we're not getting into that right now. Point being, Troll Jesus made it so that adults were no longer able to be born because adults would be capable of causing an uprising. And so where do all the adults go if adults are not allowed on the planet, you say? Even the Imperious Condescension is not on the planet. Well, the Alternians people are a conquering people. All of the adults are in space on their little spaceships, going out and conquering other planets and galaxies and expanding Her Imperial Condescension's empire. So Kandi's empire is expanding. All the adults are drafted into the war effort. However, as I mentioned earlier, the human universe was created by the trolls who played this game. And if you remember what I said about Spurb earlier, Spurb is designed to destroy your planet. So Alternia gets fucking destroyed. And Pfeffery, who is the fuchsia blood of the troll group, she's young. Kandi didn't come back and kill her yet. Her Lucis is this giant eldritch entity that has the power to kill all of troll kind. So it let out a massive sound that reverberated throughout the fucking universe and killed every single troll except for Kandi because she's immune, and except for this one burgundy blood girl, but we're gonna get to her later. She's built different or whatever. Anyway, Kandi is now the last of her kind, all thanks to this stupid fucking game, killing her entire species. And, when your entire species dies, it's kind of hard to keep, all the planets you have conquered, because, now you don't have anyone manning them or ruling over them for you. So she's on her own now, and that's very sad for her. I feel very bad for Space Hitler. She's the only one of her species left. What the hell? Tragic backstory much? And so she ends up escaping, and she, she, thanks to the power of, so there's a green moon on Alternia. I mentioned the moons for a reason. There is a guy that lives on this green moon, and his name is Doc Scratch, and he's a fucking asshole. But he's this guy, and he has a cue ball for a head, and he's, kind of a pedophile, but we're not getting into that. But he wears suspenders. Anyway, this guy, Doc Scratch, he talks to Kandi and is like, "Hey, your entire species died, huh? Ain't that just the fucking pits? Don't that just suck, Miss Imperious Condescension?" And she's like, "Yeah, it does suck." He's like, "You could work for my boss, who's a man. And we can get you sorted and help us on with our evil machinations." And she's like, "I don't want to do that." And he's like, "Well, too bad, you're gonna do that." And so she has to do that. She's indebted to this guy who works for the big bad. The big bad's name is Lord English. So yeah, she's working for Lord English now, and he helps her get over to where Earth is. So she goes to Earth, and she, ends up there. She doesn't really have any power or anything because, she's new here. She doesn't know anybody. And she needs to start her conquering subtle because she no longer has her overwhelming force anymore. And so how do you conquer an entire planet through capitalism, baby. All right, capitalism. And so she decides to create a business. She becomes Betty Crocker, the original Betty Crocker. Because a girl likes to bake. She has a hobby. So she starts Crocker Corp. And in the beta timeline, this doesn't really go much of anywhere. She doesn't really have the time to go much of anywhere because a game is played that destroys the Earth. So she isn't really able to like take over the world or anything under the Betty Crocker name. However, if you'll remember, there's another timeline, the Alpha timeline, in which we get a new Earth, baby, and she's still on that Earth, because remember, just like things got shaken around a little bit, it's still the same fucking planet, just timeline shenanigans happen. And in the fucking Alpha timeline, Betty Crocker pops the fuck off, alright? Her imperious condescension, my goodness, is she having the time of her life. So Crocker Corps starts expanding outside of baked goods and like starts, you know, getting into like technology. They have you know, like weapons, like forks and spoons. They have chat clients where you can talk to your friends online. They have computer tiaras that definitely don't have subliminal mind control in them, and they're perfectly safe to put on. They will not convince you to submit, consume, and obey. Definitely not. And in the Alpha timeline, there is this one girl who, if you'll remember, got adopted by Betty Crocker in the beta timeline, but then grew into be an old woman. But she's not an old woman now, and that's my daughter, Jane Crocker. My girl Jane Crocker is adopted by the Imperious Condescension. Now she doesn't know, okay? She doesn't know. She is blissfully unaware. All right, she doesn't know. She's not the knower. No one tell her. She's innocent. Look at her. It's my daughter. Okay? She's like, oh boy, howdy. I sure do love to bake, and I love Betty Crocker, and I can't wait to inherit the Crocker Corp empire and take over the post office because she wants to control where the mail goes. And isn't that just like a sweet little dream for a little lady? Anyway, she wears this crown thing often that totally doesn't bring controller or anything. And her good friends, Dirk and Roxy, Mr. Glasses Man, Mr. Glasses Man, and her friend Roxy Lalonde, who has an alcohol problem. She's always drinking all the time. That's her dealing with her woes or whatever. The two of them are like, Jane, Betty Crocker is evil and an alien from an alternate planet who is hell-bent on taking over the Earth. And she's like, that's so silly. You guys are so silly. Why would you think that? And they're like, no, she will destroy this planet. You don't understand. And she's like, that's so ridiculous. That would never happen. She's just a big goods company. And then we also expand into a bunch of other things. And like, you know, we're just expanding our business empire. It's capitalism. Capitalism is good. Capitalism helps everyone. Like, you know, like it motivates people. Why would anyone do anything if capitalism wasn't there, right? And they're like, oh, Janie, my poor, sweet, innocent Janie, she doesn't know. And why doesn't she know? If you'll remember from my timeline earlier, Dirk and Roxy are like put way in the future, away from everyone else, okay? So when they actually talk online with Jane, they're fucking using time traveling internet communications. Okay? So these guys are like maybe like let's say like maybe like 100 like ish, maybe like 500, somewhere in that range, years in the future. Uh many years in the future, but maybe not as many as you would think, but maybe also exactly as many as you think. And so they know that she's alien space Hitler because in the time of the planet's destruction, these guys were put on the planet after it was destroyed. So they have like all the records and stuff. The planet is flooded. They're the only two people left on the planet. The Mzaki playing in the background is it really got me. Anyway, they know. And what happened is basically after Spurb got played in the alpha timeline, after Spurb happened, let's just like put like Spurb here. What happened is Condi brought her big, scary, like spiky alien ships in and started taking over the world. That's a really bad ship, but you know what it is because I told you what it is. Anyway, she starts to take over the world, and she brings in big, scary drones that look like super scary, and they're like rah. But like, yeah. So she brings in scary drones, and she makes insane clown posse president. So ICP becomes president of the United States. And she takes over planet Earth. And Crocker Corp rules everything, and she has her clowns in charge, just like the Grand High Blood, remember from earlier? She puts clowns in charge. They have a religion based off of ICP. By the way, their religion came first, ICP came second. So ICP becomes president, and the Dave and Rose from the past, as well as like Jade and John from the past, do like fight against her, but they end up dying after killing the presidents. It's really unfortunate that happens to them. Rip to Dave and the others. They also die. Rip to them. And anyway, after all that bogusness, she wants to like repopulate her troll species because she thinks humans are stinky. And so she like starts doing like a whole bunch of experiments and like doing like human experiments and stuff with buckets and like troll reproduction stuff, and like tries to force like troll romance onto people. We're not going to get into troll romance right now, but it doesn't really work out super well. And she ends up getting kind of frustrated, and then she floods the entire planet and goes to kick Lord English's ass because, like, what the fuck, dude? That didn't turn out how she wanted it to. She wants her normal trolls again, not these dipshits. Like, who gives a fuck about them? Anyway, any questions? I feel like that covers most of it. She gets killed at the end by everyone. I don't want to derail because I list a lot, but is the time travel here the kind that can't change the past because any influence in it already happened? Okay. Okay, let me. Okay. So time travel in Homestuck works multiple ways. And don't worry, that's not a derail. Actually, before I get into that, does anyone have any questions on Condis? Because that's basically everything there is. Aside from, like, the fact that she dies at the end, and, like, she's, like, one of the final bad guys. It's also debatable that fruit gushers have, like, troll reproductive material in them. That's, like, a whole thing. Okay, no, we understand condescension? Okay, great. So, let's explain time travel. Is Homestuck good, or just pretend? Homestuck's, like, actually good. Homestuck's actually good. Now, don't get me wrong. Homestuck is long. It has pacing problems. It can be kind of convoluted at times. But it's still good, I would say. Like, a lot of like, Umi Neko is long and has pacing problems and is kind of convoluted at times. But, like, I still think it's one of, like, my favorite things. Do not need to be queer to enjoy it. No, you don't need to be queer to enjoy Homestuck. I think Homestuck has like a lot of really fun and engaging characters. It has like mechanics in a world that are interesting to think of. And up until like the second half of Act 6, it's really tightly put together. And I still argue that it's like pretty consistent throughout. A lot of people like say like it starts like dipping off around the retcon. But like I don't know. I enjoyed Homestuck through. I've even enjoyed the epilogues and beyond canon. So yeah, it's not for everyone, but I would say it's good. I don't think I would be this passionate about it and still be thinking about it years and years after I've read it, and even waste time rereading it and even talking about it right now if I didn't think it was good. Feels like I missed the boat on it, not getting into it as a teen. Don't see me as an adult resonating with it. I mean, it's really hard to say. I don't really know you. But there is a nostalgia factor because it is very, very 2009. So like there might be some things that you can relate to and some references and whatnot. And if anything, it's really interesting to look at as a product of its time. Uh, and if you want to get into it a little bit easier, the Voxus Homestuck Let's Read with all the voice acting is really good. Marcy and I, aka Nezumi VA, have also been reading Homestuck very inconsistently on her channel. I think there's like 3 live streams of it up, and we've made it like halfway through Act 5. So we've made it pretty far in, getting to be around the halfway point. And Marcy's a very talented voice actor, and I'm there doing silly voices as well, and it's a good time. I also might read it here on my own someday, so I can like have like info dumping hours, but that probably won't be for like a really long time if I do end up doing that, because I have other things to read and other games to play and whatnot. And I don't really feel like doing all that. Like Veneer will probably be done before I consider doing that. Okay, so time travel and Homestuck. Let me get like the time symbol for Homestuck. I can draw a gear. Drawing gears are hard. Okay. So, time. Time sure is a thing. This sucks. We just get a PNG. No, the charm is my bad drawings. The charm of me explaining Homestuck is the bad drawings right now. Let's get that thing back. It's worse now. I think that makes it better. Okay, so time travel is very integral to Homestuck. A lot of Homestuck is based around stable time loops. Time powers are just like a necessary thing if you need to win Spurb. This is the time symbol. So, where to begin with time travel and Homestuck? Okay, so in Homestuck, there is something known as the alpha timeline. And this is different from the alpha timeline that I was saying before. Those we call the A and the B timelines to keep it simple. But the alpha timeline, in sense of like Homestuck time, is the timeline that is supposed to happen. This is the canon timeline. Alpha timeline equals canon. All right? Everything that is meant to happen in this story, everything that should happen, whether good or bad, is part of the alpha timeline. And so, say you're on the alpha timeline and you time travel back from the alpha timeline and you change something back here, right? You cannot change the alpha timeline. You can't do this. What you will do is you will create a doomed timeline. And you will alter the doomed timeline, but the alpha timeline stays intact because you can't do anything to the alpha timeline. And there are multiple players. We'll get into this when we get into class specs, like I originally planned. But there is such a thing in Homestuck known as a time player. These are a game mechanic of Spurb. And you need a time player in order to win Spurb. If you do not have a time player in your group of players, you are playing a doomed session, and there was never a chance from you from the start. And the main role of the time player is to make sure that you are on the alpha timeline, okay? So if something happens that's about to cause a doomed timeline, they're supposed to go back and make sure that thing doesn't happen to ensure that you stay on the alpha. This is the main guy. So time players will do a lot of like hopping back and forth and all around and stuff to make sure that an offshoot, like to stop this from happening. They don't want this. They don't want that over there. They want everything to stay here. Because if you're on the alpha timeline, you are more likely to win or at the very least live. Doom timelines tend to end up with people doomed. If that wasn't clear from the name. And there are a lot of necessary time travel events. For example, I mentioned earlier, there are meteors, and on those meteors you make babies, and those babies are sent back in time to become you. So you know, that's like one bit of time travel that is necessary. If those meteors don't come onto the alpha timeline, you're fucked. So if you don't make babies in your timeline to send them back in time to become you, you're probably in a doomed timeline, because that means some time fuckery thing has happened and something that's not supposed to has happened and you're fucked. So like this is necessary time travel, you know? Like you create a little circle paradox, you know? The circle happens, you create something from something that already existed and its origin point is unknown. Spurb does a lot of those. Spurb makes a lot of circles. Spurb is like super reliant. So you have to infer where you are. A time player is usually able to kind of tell. They can intuit it. Like that's kind of like their whole deal, is they're able to kind of figure out whether you're on the alpha timeline or not. For example, Dave is the time player of the main like the initial group of characters that we're part of, right? And Dave like whole deal is like early on in Spurb, John dies. Like John just like fucks off and dies, and it creates a doomed timeline. And so Dave, from that doomed timeline, he's here. He sticks along the Doom timeline for a while to figure out and learn things about the game, and then he time travels back to a point around right here, right when the timeline became Doom, to stop that event from happening, and then he sticks around in that timeline and becomes orange. So Dave like becomes orange and he gets wings because he becomes a game construct. I don't want to get into the specifics of that, but like that's like one example of a way for time travel to be used. You know, something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. It created a Doom timeline. The time player stuck around to learn a bunch of shit in the Doom timeline before traveling back to the point it was doomed and getting back on track with the alpha timeline. And of course, there are a lot of objects in Homestuck that rely on having no origin whatsoever. So there are these things known as jujus. And jujus are items where there can only ever be one of them in existence. If there is more than one, then it is a fake, or it is likely to become the other one at some point in time. There's only one of them that exists in the world. No one knows where they like formed or whatever. And these things are little time paradoxes within themselves. They're circles, you know? Like, no one knows where they came from, but they exist. And, like, whenever they were created, they probably already existed, and blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to think of it. And then So I've explained how time travel works. There's no really way to like change the alpha timeline. You just have to keep the alpha timeline on track. But then we get to the all important the retcon. All right. Now the retcon, Homestuck is very meta. The retcon is an ability gained by John Egbert. This doofus. So this doofus gains a power called the retcon power. All right? And basically what it does is it lets him go zap. And he can teleport to anywhere on the timeline, anywhere on the alpha timeline. So he could be here, he could be here, he could be here, he could be here. And he can make a change to the alpha timeline that changes the fundamental alpha timeline by the power of retconning the story itself. This is like an in-universe retcon. Like, it's not, you know, like the author going back and saying, like, oh, I fucked up, I'm gonna, like, change this detail. The characters do it. They can, like, specifically John. Only John can do it. John stuck his hand in a box, and he's able to retcon the timeline. And now he's not very smart, so, like, he gets, like, a list from someone who knows what they're fucking doing of important points in the timeline to change to salvage the Homestuck story. Okay, so if it wasn't for that power, the changes had to be consistent with what's already been seen. Yes. Yes. You would essentially only be able to make changes that would solidify the existence of the alpha timeline. Because otherwise you're fucked. Anything that deviates from essentially the main plot of Homestuck that is dictated by the universe or by the author or whatever, anything that went against the original plans would end in a Doom timeline. I've never seen Steins Gate, but sure. Homestuck is very consistent with its like stable time loops and stuff. Like it's honestly impressive how well that like the time loop shit was like kept track of. And like where like people and items existing within the timeline and like their origins and stuff like all ended up culminating. Like Homestuck is like surprisingly well put together. The retcon is kind of like a big fuck you, but I like it on a meta level. I think it's kind of like a funny like, ah shit, we just learned that the alpha timeline was always doomed from the start. Like we were riding this thing, we were coasting on it, and then the author said, fuck you. Wait, Andrew Hussey is orange, hang on. Andrew Hussey said, fuck you, and killed them all. And John was like, that's not very nice. And he put his hand in the retcon box. He didn't know what it did. Sorry, it wasn't the retcon box he put his hand in. He put his hand into this artifact that looked exactly like the Homestuck logo. And he gained the ability to retcon the story. He put his hand in Homestuck. And then his hand, actually, if you, like, go to, like, early pages of Homestuck, including the Homestuck pilot, by the way, you can see John's hand in the story. Like, you can just, like, go to, like, any panel, and you can just, like, see, if I just, like, change the background color real quick. You just see John's like whole ass arm throughout Homestuck sometimes. This is it in the pilot. Or hang on. Where'd I put where's John's arm? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. This is it when it was in the Homestuck pilot. It was just like floating in the sky. And this was an actual retcon, as in like I was here live when it happened. And just like all of a sudden, if you went back through Homestuck, his like Andrew Hussey just like put his arm in various panels. If you went back, this is him putting his hand in the thing, and then you can like see little like hands in the background, and then you can just go to like random pages, and it's like, ah, shit, John's arm is there. That's crazy. Like, holy shit. Where we go? Holy shit. Why won't it let me drag shit into Photoshop? Hates me. Hates me. There's John's arm. That's John's arm on a page. Someone on Reddit posting like, "Oh shit, is that John's arm?" Yeah, there it is, up in the corner of the page, just John's arm, just floating there. So John had the power to like just like straight up alter Homestuck fundamentally. I think that's really. I thought there was going to be a lot more to explain with time travel. I guess the main villain's whole deal is that he's a time traveler. His name is Lord English. He looks like a big skeleton monster who's green. He looks like this. And he has a golden tooth. And red cheeks. And his eyes are pool balls. And they flicker through every kind of pool ball, so he's actually kind of like a living seizure warning. It's Lord English. Yeah, skeletons do rule. And basically, he is the reason for everything in Homestuck ever happening, basically. He was born, he existed, he rose to the power of godhood, he gained unconditional immortality, unlike the more typical conditional immortality, and he went back in time, and he put himself in a box to be summoned by like a specific computer code, and then he awoke from his slumber, and then he just started time traveling all over the place and killing and destroying everything. And he was really buff. Lord English is like super ripped. And like he facilitates his entire own creation. He's the reason that the trolls are even as violent as they are. He's the reason clowns are a big thing. Like, it pointed anything in Homestuck, and I could probably find a way for it to be Lord English's fault. So yeah, time travel is like integral to like the main villain as well. Yeah, no, I'm surprisingly easy to explain. And then I earlier explained the scratch, which caused like a shift in the timeline, but essentially if the alpha timeline gets too fucked up, there's a game mechanic in Spurb that's called the scratch. And it basically resets the timeline and like shuffles around the components. And so you can have a different outcome, and it creates a new alpha timeline and destroys what was already there. But the main characters manage to like avoid the destruction through breaking the fourth wall, so they don't get caught up in the change, and they can still live and they can transport to their new alpha timeline. Yeah, good for them indeed. I'm very proud of them. All right, all right. Do we have any more Homestuck questions? If not, I can get into class specs, which are my favorite part of Homestuck. But like I'm here to answer. Are all trolls assholes? No. Here, I can get a picture of every troll and tell you whether they're an asshole or not. Okay. Here are them. And then let me get the alpha trolls as well. Here are their sprites. Okay. I don't need their names. The only reason I'm using pictures and not drawing them myself is because I feel like it would get to a point where it'd be hard to tell them apart if I was doing it myself. Okay. So these are all the trolls in Homestuck. Let me merge these layers together. I hear people have mixed feelings on Vriska. I mean, she technically didn't do anything wrong, but we'll get to it. All right. So Carcat. Carcat? Okay. To be fair, these guys also have detailed designs. These are just their default sprites. These guys don't have default sprites because they only exist in... They only exist in a video game. And by video game, I mean like a gameplay segment of Homestuck. Homestuck's less of a webcomic and more of a visual novel. As in, like, it has gameplay elements. Okay. So Carcat is rude. And he curses a lot. And yells a lot. And is overall unpleasant. However, he is not an asshole. I'll put a green check next to him for being a good boy. The Carcat's a good boy. He's nice. I like him. Next up we have Aradia. She's silly, but like most of the time you know her, she's like depressed. I'm just gonna put sad. You also usually know her when she's dead or a robot. All this to say, she's also really chill. Like, she's not an asshole. She's like really valid. Now, Tavros. Oh boy, this guy. Brother. So Tavros. Hang on. I wanna like get like the right color. Okay, Tavros. Just gotta look at those eyes. His expression tells you nothing about him. He is awkward. Pushover. He's no confidence. No confidence. You could just assume that I gave up writing that word. Let's just say no, self-esteem. Okay, no self-esteem. He's annoying. But he's also a victim. Someone like rudely like gets rid of his legs, but someone also very nicely gets them back. Um, I'm gonna give Tavros a big, you're like kind of okay, but like you're kind of an asshole. You did kill Jade's grandpa, but you didn't mean to. So like, I don't know. He's kind of like a piece of work, I'm gonna be honest. Now, for Solix, he's like the hacker man of the group. And he's also depressed. He is kind of like an asshole. I'm gonna be like, he's kind of an asshole, yeah. So I'm gonna put like the red asshole mark next to him. Like, he's not like the biggest asshole, but like he's kind of a dick. We have Nepeta. She is autistic, canonically. And she's like, yeah. And she role plays. Nepeta is fucking awesome. She's never done anything wrong in her life. She's like really cool. She kills like prey with her bare hands. And she draws ship art in the walls of her cave in animal blood. She's awesome. Alright, Kanaya. She's a lesbian, which is a rare thing for a troll to be. Because all trolls are bisexual by default. She likes fashion. She uses a chainsaw. Yeah, trolls find the concept of human sexuality very strange. Because, their society doesn't really, like, regardless of your gender, you're able to reproduce, so they don't really have an issue with, like, whoever you decide to date. So, like, even though, like, Kanaya is a lesbian, like, she wouldn't necessarily, like, label herself as that. It's just, like, she just tends to date girls. Like, she doesn't really need to put a label on that, but I'm doing it for clarity's sake. She also, is a meddler. She likes to get in people's business, but, like, it's, like, well-intended. And Kanaya naturally can get the check. Like, she's really chill. She's not an asshole. Now, Terezi. She's blind. She's a lawyer. Uh, she's, like, unapologetically herself. And we love that for her. I like her smile. I like her smile too. She also likes red. Favorite color. She can like taste and smell colors. She's kind of awesome. Terezi's also really chill. Like, she's not like, she did accidentally make John kill himself, but then she felt really bad about it. Like, she didn't think she would actually do it. Oh, Friska. Hmm. Wait, go back to what? Wait, what do you mean? No, wait, what did I say? Oh, you mean about Terezi accidentally killing John? Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's not nearly as bad as whatever Vriska does. But essentially, Terezi was hoping she could change their Doom timeline by getting John to go fight as Denizen early. To maybe like save everyone. Denizen is like the boss of his like Spurb planet. Like it's his like end of game boss, like the in-game boss, not the boss of the comic. Um, so she thought like, oh, you can go early and like kill it while it's asleep and maybe it'll change the timeline, was kind of her idea, even though she knew it wouldn't work. And because she was viewing the alpha timeline, she didn't realize that John would actually go do it because she only had the alpha timeline at her view because she was viewing their entire timeline from outside of their universe, so everything had already happened from her point of view. So she didn't think John would actually go and do that because from her point of view, the timeline didn't fucking change and the timeline never changes no matter what they do. But then she found out in a Doom timeline, John actually did do that, and then she was like, "Oh shit, wait, I feel bad because I was just like, I don't know, I didn't think you would actually do it." So she felt bad. She started like actually legit helping him from that point on. I'm just gonna like put a big minus sign in front of Vriska. That's about all I really need to do. I think I don't need to elaborate. Equius, he's classist. Um, and he's strong. And he has pale feelings for Nepeta. And that's like troll romance for like they're like really good for each other. And they like help each other and they have like a really wholesome relationship. So like he likes Nepeta. So that's like a big plus. Like, okay, despite Equius being kind of weird and like kind of like vaguely forcing his fetishes on people, he never really does anything necessarily bad. Like he's kind of an asshole, but he's not like a bad person. Like his actions don't line up with his words, so I'm not gonna also give him like a yellow negative sign, like just like in the middle. Class is financial or class is RPG? Financial. Blood color classist. I should say castus. He believes himself above everyone who is below him in the hemo spectrum, but also like he listens and respects Karkat, who is a mutant who was not even a part of their caste system and should have been killed on sight. And like he respects him and listens to him as a leader, and he like really values and cherishes his Nepeta and their relationship, despite her being lower than him on the caste system. So Equius is more like he was raised in a society that taught him to be this way, and he doesn't know who he is without that as his identity. So even though like his actions don't align with the words he says, um, his actions just don't align with what he says because like what he's been grown and raised to believe isn't something he actually believes in, but he doesn't know who he is without these rules in place, if that makes sense. Gamzee. Uh, he seems chill. He's not chill. A lot of people will be mad at me, but he's kind of an asshole. I'm sorry to the Gamzee lovers out there, but he's really only a tolerable presence when he's high. That's just like that's just canon. Like that's just how it is. Like if he's not high off his ass, he's killing people. So like I can't like in good conscience call him not an asshole. Aridin. Aridin is an incel. No need to elaborate. Okay, to get things straight, I like Aridin. I think he's a really fascinating character, and he's really funny, and like there's like a lot of interesting things going about him. Um, he's an asshole though. He's a big fucking asshole. But I make it clear, Aridin may be one of my favorite trolls of the main group. I really like Aridin, but he is an incel. Okay, and then it's Pfeffery time. Okay, Pfeffery. Uh, she likes fish puns. Um, she wants to coddle the weak. Uh, dislikes murder. She's royalty. This is like revolutionary for Alternia, by the way. Considering her blood, like she should be wanting to, like she should be ready to kill every single one of these people. I don't know. She's nice. She's not an asshole. I feel like for some reason I feel wrong giving her the not an asshole check, but like she isn't an asshole. Like she's just like objectively she isn't one, but like I have a lot of complex thoughts about her. All right. Let me get to these motherfuckers. Now, okay, let's go over here. We have we have 12 characters up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of them are not assholes. An additional 3 of them are kind of like in between. So like let's just say that a good 9 of these characters are not assholes. Like only 3 of these guys are straight up assholes, okay? This feels like it feels really mean to make Solux like a straight up asshole, but I do think he's a straight up asshole. Oh no, they didn't run out of signs. Have you seen the extended Homestuck Zodiac? There's so many signs. Look at all of them. Look at all this. They have plenty to work with. Yeah, Holy's right. Okay. So, we're about to see this change. So, Damara... she speaks, Nihongo. She, is very crass. Makes sex jokes. Sorry, she... like, most of the time she speaks Japanese. I should, like, highlight this. So, like, most of the things she says are in like, poorly Google translated Japanese. Hang on. Makes sex jokes. Um... I don't know about weeb. This guy's the weeb. We'll get to him. She's like a Japanese troll. Like, she's from Eastern before us. Why are they in a different art style? That's an excellent question, Aman. Thank you for the first time chat. Essentially, these are what the default sprites for all Homestuck characters look like. These guys didn't get default sprites because they exist in something called Openbound, which is like an RPG style walk around. So these are their talk sprites. And a lot of these characters have their own talk sprites for that game. But like these guys don't really show up in the base comic of Homestuck, and if they do, they aren't rendered with the base sprite. So this is the closest we have to base sprites for them. Okay. Back to Tamara. Tried to kill all her friends. Her pals, I should say, because that's easier to write. However, she was justified. Only mean to her ex-friends. Elaborate? I will elaborate as we get into this whole fucking situation, okay? With all of this in mind, I think Damara is only like a little bit of an asshole. Like, she's kind of an asshole, but I don't have the confidence to fully call her an asshole because I think she was incredibly justified in her crash out. All right. This is Rufio. He cheated on Damara. He's a weeb. And he is, what's his name? He is just Dante Bosco. He's just Dante Bosco. Like genuinely, he's just Dante Bosco. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, he cheated on Namara. That must make him an asshole. I'm gonna say like not really. Like I think Rufio is kind of just like he's not like really an asshole. He's like generally nice. Dante Bosco is an actor. He voiced Zuko in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, he was in a movie, an adaptation of Peter Pan, called Hook, 1991's Hook, and he played a character in Hook known as Rufio, and a lot of the relationship between Tavros and Vriska is a reference to this movie, and Tavros made an imaginary friend out of the character of Rufio from the movie, and then someone told Dante Bosco, who was active on Tumblr at the time, Dante Bosco played Rufio in the movie, and then Dante Bosco started reading Homestuck, and he became a big Homestuck fan, and Andrew Hussey was really happy about it, so he made him a troll in Openbound, who types exactly like him, and is just Rufio, aka Dante Bosco. I'm pretty sure Dante Bosco voices Rufio in the fan dub of Homestuck by Voxus. Like, they just got Dante Bosco to do that because Dante Bosco loves Homestuck so much. It is peak. Okay. So Matuna is a 4channer. He is disabled. Makes sex jokes because he's a 4channer. He's very sorry. Now, I can't really blame Matuna for a lot of the things he says due to the fact that he has a brain injury. And for that reason, I don't he's not an asshole to me. He went through a lot. And he got a brain injury and none of his friends are nice about it. Even the ones that pretend to be, except for his girlfriend. His girlfriend is awesome. I'm running out of, like, room with these. Why are these guys so much more closely packed together? Can you, like, spread out, please? I'm gonna, like, kind of, like, start, like, scooting them a little bit. Their sprites are so much bigger. I'm gonna, like, do this a little bit. Okay. There we go. Now I can lock back in. Alright. Fucking Cankry. Let it be known, Cankry is one of my favorite Homestuck characters. Also, let it be known, he fucking sucks. He's one of the worst Homestuck characters ever. He is an SJW. He is what's the word I'm looking for here? Patronizing. Won't shut up about fake problems. Doesn't think misogyny is real. Cankry is an asshole. Some weird goats. I just love when people, like, especially, you know, actually, I was gonna say especially men, but I love when women are awful too. I just like when people are awful. SJW, and he doesn't think misogyny is real. This doesn't add up. Well, here's the thing. He's from an alien planet in which it is matriarchal. Like, you know, a woman rules everything. And so he believes that women, it's like the opposite of the patriarchy. However, that is not necessarily true. He believes that for humans, misogyny is real because of the patriarchy, but he does not believe that troll misogyny is real. He also talks so much. Let me get, like, a Cankry dialogue box for you. Here, let me show you how much Cankry talks. Are you ready? Here's some of his dialogue. What the fuck is his problem? I could fucking break down exactly what his problem is. I have written too many, like, analysis fucking posts about this guy. I've, like, dug deep into his psyche. Like, there's something deeply fucking wrong with him. If I hadn't dropped early I5, I might have dropped it here. To be fair, this is a gag problem. This is a gag panel. But he does, like, actually talk, like, an insane amount. He yaps too much? Who do you think he is? You? You know I love my characters who yap. Like, look at fucking Itsuki Koizumi. I've actually roleplayed him. Um, and I think, I was very, very good at writing him. Let me see. I wanna, I wanna see, actually. I do have streamer mode on. Hang on. I shan't read it to you all. However, I do wanna, I really just want to like scroll through my this one post I did writing Kankri to show you an example of my commitment to the bit. Again, won't be reading this out loud because that would be fucking evil. Oh my god. All right, let's see here. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see here. Let's grab this. Okay. I think that should be good. Let me just like crop this out real quick. Just so you can see. Okay. This is the start of it, okay? I start here. Let's just like gently scroll through all I wrote. This is all me writing in character as Cankry Vantis. Just this whole thing. I so much for what? It's a lot funnier when I show people this on my phone. I'm gonna be real because then it starts fucking looking actually crazy. That's just how much he talks. I'm especially a big fan of the trigger warnings he puts at the front of this. Politics, Dirk Strider, presidential campaign, before us, Alternia, terrorism, coddling, culling, cool blood superiority complex, toys, martyrs, murder, warm blood inferiority complex, high blood heaven, high blood terminology, breathing, birth, trauma, circuit syndrome, cruelty, brutality, history, election, little guys, casteism, speciesism, repetition, repeating history, dependence, imperfection, society, corruption, disappointment. There we go. That's just shit that I get up to in my spare time, I suppose. I wrote that back in 2020, though. Lurf, I have this theory that sometimes a bit is not worth committing to, and you're likely to be the person to help me figure out if it's true. I I commit to every bit. By the way, I typed that all out by hand with the nines and the O's. Like Kankry's speech quirk is he replaces every O with 9 and every B. Like I could just like fucking type it out like this. Like let me get like a normal ass font here. And like here's this typing quirk color. Okay. I like this. Wow, I really picked like no words that uses quirk. Hang on. Um Now I have to like think of words. Think of it as like something I can say. God damn it. Why is my life so hard? Okay. Get out of here, Adobe. Yeah. That's not the right thing. I used to spend hours of my life writing like this. It was awesome. I can type in most Homestuck quirks pretty easily. Like it's like every single one of my roleplay partners is like, why don't you use a quirk generator? Like, why don't you just copy and paste it in the quirk generator? And I'm like, buddy, I'm on my mobile phone. I'm typing this out. I don't want to like open up a new tab to copy and paste things in the quirk generator. I'm gonna be typing this out on my fucking cell phone. It's fucking insane, I guess. Mituna's quirk is like fucking evil hell. Because like he like types like a true leet speaker, and he also does typos. I haven't typed as Matuna for a while, so he's actually harder. Off topic. Yesterday, Boulder said that Homestuck food is split into two categories: candy, cake included, and raw steak. Is this true? Yes, meat and candy. Yes, this is true. It's either meat or it's a candy. Many things in Homestuck are separated into these two categories. They're like essential. They're like the two genders almost. Depends on the quirk, yeah. Some of them are less intuitive. I think like Pfeffery's is really hard for me because let's see, Pfeffery replaces H with B's. Or I guess she would probably do one of those because she likes to throw little tridents in her words as well. And then like Porum's quirk isn't so bad because it's just like Porum just like adds like pluses at the end of her O's, like the little like female symbol. Kanaya is very easy. It's just capitalizing every word. No periods or there we go. I'm not built to read a story that is writing like this. There are like plugins and stuff that you can do to remove quirks. Solix types like this, which is annoying. I mean, even the human characters have typing quirks. But they're less, like, aggressive than the trolls. Like, John types all lowercase. Minimal, but some punctuation. And, Dave is a dry texter. No punctuation, all lowercase. And then Jade also types lowercase, but she loves to emote. Very cute. Yay! Rose capitalizes her letters. Rose types with pretty much perfect grammar. And then, like, you get to, like, little nuances, like, Jake. Fuck. Jake only capitalizes the start of his messages. That's it. No periods either. Proper nouns be damned. And then Dirk and Jane are pretty similar to Rose, although Jane does like to do like little stupid emoticons and go hoo hoo hoo. She's silly like that. I feel like human quirks end up less being sometimes how they type and more so how they talk, which sounds like they should be the same thing, but like it starts being about the language they use. Like, even though Jane types the same way Rose does mostly, the fact that she says things like shucks buster really makes her stuff stand out. And I love that for her. And Roxy has like the funniest typing quirk in which girl is just drunk texting all the time. Wonk. Yeah, that's about her. If I make typos while typing in Roxy's quirk, it's just part of the experience. Anyway, I got distracted by from telling you which trolls are assholes and which aren't. So Mulin. She is deaf. Signs. Shipper. Yeah. Mind controlled. By her ex to join his evil clown worship. So Mulin, I wouldn't call an asshole. I think Mulin's like generally pretty chill. Like, I like her. Next we have Porum. Feminist. Fucked most people here. Mommy. Forum's also pretty chill. I like her. Good for her indeed. Alright. Latula. Thank you for explaining Fish Hitler to me. Now I must pass out. You're welcome. Gamer girl. Can't smell. No nose. No sniffer. Tuna's girlfriend. Skater. You know what? Surprisingly, she's also not an asshole. Latula's pretty chill as well. Rainia. Oh man. She oof. Sheesh, man. Hmm. I'm just gonna like no, I can't do the same bit as Riska. It's slightly different because I'm putting her as a bad. Yapper. Uh, doomed. The alpha timeline. Wants to be relevant. So bad. Now, all that being said, yeah, Rainy is an asshole. Fuck her. Again, one of my favorite Homestuck characters, but fuck her. Horace. Nice. Smiles like penis. No personality. Um, mean, uh, forces Rufio into a relationship. Horse. Horace, I would say, is an asshole. I don't like him. Like, he's generally pleasant to be around, but, like, deep down, he's an asshole. Herlos. Man. Well, he is mind controlling his ex. And he is Lord English's servant. And he's mute. Nice to Matuna as well. I want to put him in like the nebulous asshole category because he is nice to Matuna, but I think like being nice to some people doesn't mean you're not an asshole. So I almost made him not an asshole. That was my bad. I think Kurlos is an asshole. Like, why are you mind controlling your ex like that? Why are you bringing about this world's damnation? It's fucked up. Fucked up of him. Alright, it's Cronus time. Alright, he's a greaser. He makes music. He thinks no means yes. Abuses Mituna. Cronus fucking sucks. This dude sucks. He sucks so bad. Oh my fucking god. I need him dead. I need him dead in a ditch. I don't like him. I don't care about your Harry Potter backstory. Shut the fuck up. Hate this guy. Hate this guy. Mituna is like, I am uncomfortable with this situation. Please leave me alone. And he's like, oh, what? You're super into me? I'm gonna invade your personal space. Mituna's like, please don't invade my personal space. And he's like, gee, aren't we the best of pals? You want to make out with me? And then everyone wants him dead. Everyone hates Cronus. Me and my homies all hate Cronus. Yes, I can hate assholes. I don't even think he's, like, interesting. Alright, it's Mina time. Mina. She's Condi, but small. She made an army. Bullied the fuck out of Damara. She dated Vriska a little bit. Kinda. She wants that cash money. She's also into fish puns. And, man, I feel like if I put Vriska in the nebulous asshole category, I have to put Mina in the nebulous asshole category, so that's where she goes. Notice how, it's kind of reversed here? How there are only, 3 real assholes up here, and there's only, 3 decent people down here. I guess 4. 4 decent people. Still, there's a lot more assholes down here. And to be honest, I was probably much nicer to the guys down here than I should have been. Anyway, this is your chart of which trolls are assholes and which aren't. To run it down simply again, Karkat, not an asshole. Aradia, not an asshole. Tavros, kind of an asshole. Solix, he's an asshole. Nepeta, not an asshole. Kanaya, not an asshole. Terezi, not an asshole. Friska, Equius, kind of an asshole. Gamzee, he's an asshole. Aridin, an asshole. Theferi, not an asshole. Damara, a little bit of an asshole. So is Rufio. Mituna is not an asshole. Kankri, oh my god, this guy's a fucking asshole. Mulin and Porum and Lutula, not assholes. Girl power, we love it. Arania, kind of a major asshole. Horace, an asshole, but he's subtle about it. Kurlos, also an asshole, but he's subtle about it. Cronus, an asshole, and he's not fucking subtle about it. Oh my fucking, can someone kill him already, please? And Mina, she's kind of an asshole, but not so much that I'm upset with her. Even though she is Fish Hitler in a different universe. But this version of her isn't Fish Hitler. She's normal. All right, let me merge these. Okay. I'm gonna hold on. Let me start saving these. And this Kanji explanation. Okay. Now, Do we have any other Homestuck questions someone would like to ask before I get to what I was going to talk about in the first place? Again, I'm in no rush. I have nowhere to be. Explain classes. All right, that's where I was going to go. Now, we can start with classes and then get into aspects. I think that's fine. All right, I have a little list here that came out recently. I'm gonna rewrite it. Actually, no. This looks fine. Okay. Let me see if I can grab the outfits or not. If not, that's fine. Good times pass you by. Let me grab these. Gosh, does it have to be all of them? Can we just get like a regular amount of them? Um, let's see. I can feel the sunshine. Thank you. Google Images hates me. Not quite up yet, but soon, most likely. All right, let's see here. Let me just look up the classes. There we go. All right. So we have a scale here of classes. From active to passive. Or do you ever think that indulging my requests for streams might not be the healthiest thing? I was up anyway. Like, what else am I gonna do? I slept in super late. So I'm gonna make my own chart of this. All right. It's gonna be good, but I just need this for reference right now. So I'm gonna get active on one side. And we're gonna go passive on this side. Oops. Okay. We have active, we have passive. And I'm gonna start getting our outfits in here. Let's see here. We're just gonna get like the blank garbs for the classes. This is the Lord. And then let me grab the Muse. Okay. These are the most active and the most passive classes. We'll get into what that means soon. I just want to get everything laid out first. Okay. So here's, let me get Knight in here. Would it like me to be able to drag things in? No? Does it hate me? There we go. Okay, let's see. Where's Knight again? Knight's like kind of like in the middle. We'll space them out as they need to be as we go. Let me name the layers and stuff. We're prepping this up. Okay. And here's the page. Let me just get them all in, and then I'll move them around. Okay, that's the maid and the heir. Mage and the seer. Fun fact, I'm a seer. I'm wearing they're not it. They're a bit cooler when they're like rendered in full. And also these don't have like the proper coloring to them either. Now, what is something has happened that is incorrect. Hang on. Seer. There we go. Much better. And the mage is meant to look like this. Why is it the one without... Anyway, let's see here. Prince, there we go. And then here's the bard, there we go. Things are normal now. And we have the thief. And the rogue. And the witch. And the sylph. Okay. All right. Alrighty. And then let me label these. Night Muse. This is the mage. This is the seer. That is the sylph. That's the witch. That's the rogue. Thief. It's the fucking bard. I hate the bard outfit. That's the prince. You can tell by the poofy pants. It's the page. You can tell by the lack of pants. Great. So, Lord, next to Lord in activeness would be the witch. Let me put you there. Next up would be the prince, of course it is. Bow. Prince goes there. Then we get the thief. And then we get the knight. Right. And then we get the mage. And the sylph. Why isn't the maid in here? Did I skip over maid and heir? What's wrong with me? There she is. Okay. Maid. Goes after the sylph. I may need to make this a little bit bigger. We'll see. Forgot the heir. My bad. Anyway, seer. There it is. Seer goes here. Air, and then seer page. We just like make all these guys like a little bit smaller. Weird looking maid, yeah. Move the maid it all the way over here. Take a page. Let's go to the rogue. And then we get the bard. And then make everyone a little bit fucking smaller again, because they're still too big. Use the moon. There we go. And then get to the air. Air goes in here. Okay. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay. So, these are the classes from passive to active. Let me make these layers into a group. Actually, I'm just going to merge them. That's a lot easier. Okay. And then I'm going to write their names. I kept nodding off during this. I'm sorry, I'm not engaging. Lord. Witch. Prince. Thief. No, I just slept bad. That's also fair. Knight. Leave, that's mage. Yes, okay. I don't want to get them wrong here. Sylph. And then Sylph into, yeah. Maid. Seer. Page. Rogue. Bard. Air. And the Muse. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I don't need this label anymore. Okay. So, these are our Homestuck classes. I'm gonna move them into the center here. And then, yeah, between Sylph and Maid. So we're gonna kind of like do a little bit of a split here, where I'm gonna kind of just like give here. Not call any of these designs beautiful, actually. Again, they're cooler when they're colored in. Like for example, John is an air of breath, and like the outfit kind of goes hard. Like they're kind of like god pajamas is like the way the comic describes them, and I agree. But like when they're rendered in full and they're like properly colored, they're not so bad. I agree, like these sprite versions of them fucking suck. Like Aradia's is also pretty cool. She's a maid. These are just like the empty versions of them. They're not cool. Like look at the seer. The seer of light. Like that kind of goes hard, I would say. It's a Fanta bottle on a hood. It depends on the god tier. Depends. It's like a seer of time would look like this. Depends on the aspect, what colors you get. It's Dr. Pepper in a hood. Leave them alone. Also, the god tier designs aren't necessarily like locked in. because you're canonically able to change what your god tier design looks like. So those are just the defaults. Like if I go to like, can I find like Mina's god tier, because that would be really fucking sick. Like she has little sprite versions, and she like changes up like her outfits and stuff. All it does is it keeps the same color scheme. Thank you for the stretch, Carlton. Like she can like make it a crop top. She can make it like a little vest. She can like add like a little like scarf around there. Like the designs are not necessarily set in stone. You're able to customize them as you see fit. Just most of the characters are lazy. They're acting on the hydrate redeem for 2 hours. Oh fuck! Who redeemed a hydrate? I'll hydrate right now. Water sipped. I'm sorry, AC Bob, for not hydrating earlier. Can consider myself hydrated. Anyway. Yeah, class outfits can be changed, but aspect color schemes can't, which is unfortunate if you don't have a good color scheme. Like I'm sorry, but like the beige and green of the life player does not look super good on Mina, who's got this like fuchsia thing going on. Just doesn't mesh well with her. Always ignored? No! Fucked up. Fucked up, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. We're locking in. So, first and foremost, there are classes called master classes. Okay? And those are the Lord and the Muse. These are the classes on how is Air a class? We'll get there. I guess I should explain what the classes are but first. So when you start up a game of Spurb or Scrub or whatever the fuck iteration you're using, every player in the game is assigned a class and an aspect by the game. You do not get to choose what your hero title is. By like the game self-assigns it to you based on the narrative journey that best suits you, and like basically it knows who you are, it knows what you need to do, it knows like the character development you need to have, it knows everything about you, and your class alongside your aspect, as well as the world that you spawn in, are specially curated to put you on your ideal hero's journey. Now, whether or not you actually go on that hero's journey and ascend to your god tier, which is like the final level, where like you actually get these goofy ass outfits. These are the god tier outfits. Whether you actually realize your full potential, who fucking knows? Most people don't. Some people do. It's who knows. But they are designed to get you to reach some form of personal enlightenment or understanding. Now, sometimes you cheat to ascend. Sometimes you just fucking like speed run your way there. And like, why the fuck would you do that? For cool powers? Understandable. Perfectly understandable. I would too. I would also cheat. But you're meant to go on this huge fucking journey in order to like be able to ascend to the god tier, and the way you ascend to god tier is you have to fucking die on your quest bed. If you find a bed, you like that's more like a fucking sacrificial slab. You lay on it, you die. Someone either kills you or you kill yourself, and then you ascend to god tier, where you're able to gain conditional immortality, whereas you are effectively immortal so long as you do not die a just or heroic death. And I guess I can go over that really briefly here as well. So there are just deaths, and there are heroic deaths. Let me get a better color. And this is essentially Homestuck's way of going, you see all this bit in between just and heroic? You can die in there, because that is so fucking irrelevant. But if you die in a way that is plot relevant, you will die. If you die in a way that affects the story significantly, you're essentially locking yourself in to die. Which is really fascinating, actually, because you ascend to godhood, basically, and the rules of godhood say, if you dare to now engage with the narrative itself and the world in a meaningful way, you now risk death. So if a god dares to interfere with its world, they risk dying by interfering. Because either their interference will be evil and will be malevolent, and if someone kills them, the death would be just because they should not have been interfering in the way that they were, or they will be trying to do a good thing by interfering, saving people or whatever, and if they die while doing this heroic thing, they will die. But, like, if you just, like, eat peanuts and you have a peanut allergy, you will just die and come back. If you're just killing each other for funsies and not giving a shit about anything, you can just die and come back. Like, you'll be resurrected, no fucking problem. It is only when you are relevant. Like when Ao told the gods to chill out in the Forgotten Realms? Yeah. Yeah. And Lord English is a player who managed to break the just and heroic system to create unconditional immortality. There is essentially a judgment clock that belongs to every single god tier, and that clock, once you die, it ticks and decides whether or not your death was just or heroic, and if it's neither, you revive, and if it ticks to either side of the just or heroic scale, you die. He broke the hand of his clock. He managed to break it and find it. So the clock can't determine whether his death was just or heroic, which means he has unconditional immortality and can just live forever and can't be killed, other than by a few specific ways to die within the narrative. Bro was kind of genius for that. I mean, he had to have like a specific item to do that, and there's only one of them that exists because it's a juju. But like, kind of based of him to break the system like that. Like, good for him. He deserves it. Yeah. So now we know that classes are especially tailored for your heroic journey. Now, it's a little weird starting with classes first, because if we're going to equate this to, say, something most people would be familiar with, which is like, I don't know, say Dungeons and Dragons. Classes in Homestuck are closer to subclasses in D&D. If that makes sense. So, like, typically, you will be a blank of blank. And you'll be a class of aspect. In which your aspect is your class and your class is your subclass. So, it essentially, if I were to say, I'm a cleric. In Homestuck, cleric would be my aspect in a weird way, because cleric gives you a vague overview of what I do. You know, like when you think of a cleric, you think, okay, they're a magic user, they're probably a healer. They have like spells that fit into these specific categories typically, like, you know, like they'll have stuff under the divine idea. Like, you understand like the aesthetics of what a cleric is, and by virtue of that, you understand a lot of like what my character works with. You know, like You understand I'm probably going to be religious. You understand I'm probably going to be devoted to like some kind of god. You understand I'm going to be a magic user. But that doesn't explain the specifics of how I interact with my clericness. That's what the class would do. So say I'm a cleric and I say I'm a Twilight cleric like Lynn. That says a lot about how I interact with my clericdom. You know, as Twilight clerics, they tend to work in darkness. They'll worship like, you know, like gods like say like the Raven Queen or something like that, or Shar, or well maybe not Shar because Shar is like super evil. Like wait what gods do Twilight clerics worship? Let's see what their that domain falls under. Fucking Helm. Helm is on there. Ilmater. There we go. Saloon. There we go. Or Salune. However you want to do it. Saloon is probably a better choice. I can't believe I forgot about Saloon. What's wrong with me? Or Saluna. Or I don't know. Whatever. Baldur's Gate says Saluna. Anyway, this is a lot about how I interact with my class. You know, I'm probably going to be more of a support role. I'm going to be giving out my temporary HP. I learn support spells like Fairy Fire and Sleep and See Invisibility and Lehman's Tiny Hut and Greater Invisibility and all that kind of stuff, you know, Aura Vitality. Like, I'm going to be doing things to pump up my party. Whereas, say, if I were to instead say I'm a War Domain Cleric, that says something entirely different about how I'm interacting with my clericdom, right? Because that'll say like, okay, I'm probably worshiping Torm or maybe even Bane or McGlubiot or Tempest, and I'm probably gonna be fighting. I'm probably gonna be like in the fucking action, you know? Like I can make extra attacks as a bonus action. I get magic weapon. I get shield of faith. I get spiritual weapon, spirit guardians, freedom of movement. Like I'm focused on me rather than my party. You know, it defines how I interact with me being a cleric, and that's how classes and aspects work. Your aspect is like your main vibe. Like your aspect is your vibe, and your class defines how you interact with that vibe. We have any questions? Think I got it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. For a fun example, I suppose I am a seer of heart, and I can get into what that means later. But that's just like a fun little lore fact. I'm a seer of heart. I did not take a quiz for this. I like painstakingly psychoanalyzed myself. Captain Planet aspect. Leave me alone. It is what it is. Okay. So now we're gonna get into classes in the vibes here. So we have master classes, Lord and Muse. If you ever assign yourself or another character Lord and Muse, you do not understand the purpose of Lord and Muse. Lord and Muse are not classes that you just get. Lord and Muse don't mean anything other than you are active or you are passive. There's no deeper meaning behind these classes. They are extremes to show an example. There are only two individuals who have gotten either the Lord or the Muse label. Caliborn is a Lord, and Calliope is a Muse, and they are the only characters who have gotten the master classes because they plan to start a viable 2-player session of Spurb, and that is the bare minimum you need to start a session is 2 players. It's a multiplayer game. You need at least 2 players, and I believe the implication is that in a hypothetically fruitful 2-player session, due to the disadvantage of only having 2 players, you are gifted the Lord and the Muse class as a sort of like what's like the opposite of a handicap. It's a game balancing thing is what I'm trying to say. Because you don't have all the people in there to help you actually fight the game. And the reason they're called master classes is because they have full control or dominion over their aspect. It is also my personal belief, this is a headcanon, that lords can only identify with the time aspect, and muses can only identify with the space aspect. Like, you can't have a muse of heart or a lord of heart, because that goes fundamentally against what they are, which is the most passive and most active possible kinds of players. And the most active aspect is time, and the most passive aspect is space. So I don't believe you can assign any other aspect to those. Again, that's my personal opinion, because I believe they are there to set an example, to kind of they're kind of like anchors. They're points to give you reference for everything that is in between them, in which you are meant to compare every other class to them, relative to them, because they're where they are on the scale relative to them says something about the way that class is. Like, for example, an air being super close to Muse shows how passive it is, while a maid, while still being passive, shows that it is much more active than a Muse, being so close to the divide here. So, if you want to assign Lord or Muse to a character because you're like, oh, they're so active or so passive within their narrative, just use air or witch. That's my diagnostic, because an air and a witch are basically a lord and a muse, in which they both pretty much an air completely embodies its class, its aspect, while a witch completely like makes its aspect its bitch. So you are your aspect is your bitch. And that's what Lord and Muse do. Muse perfectly embodies their aspect, Lord makes its aspect its bitch. And so the more active you are, the more of your bitch the more your bitch your aspect is. Whereas the more passive you are, the more you just are fully embodying what your aspect is. But I feel like that's getting ahead of the curve here. Now, a fun little nugget here is I'm going to start drawing some lines to connect these things. Let's see here. I'll just do like a rainbow, I suppose. Actually, let me just we go like clipping mask here. I want to just color this in red for consistency's sake. Here we go. I'm gonna muse this down. Okay. So then, and then I'll just go down the rainbow real quick here. So we have a line between witch and sylph here. And then we're gonna go to yellow, and we have a line between prince. Actually, that's not very easy to distinguish, so let's do something more like this. Line between prince and bard. And then we're gonna have a line between thief and rogue. And then we're gonna have a line between knight and page. We're gonna have a line between mage and seer. And then we're gonna have a line between maid and air. Okay. So these classes are counterparts to each other. I don't like that last little line I made there. Let me fix that. These classes are counterparts to each other. Now, this is a recent development in which we learned that like which classes are connected for sure. I used to have a headcanon that like Paige and Maid were connected, and like Paige was actually secretly more active, but we finally have like an active chart. So I'm actually going to be like trying to like work through my thoughts about this as I'm here with you all. So let's define these classes first and foremost. Now, witch and sylph. If I were to put a label to these, some of them have canon labels, some of them don't. Uh, ba 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 ba. Hmm. I'm gonna start creating my own labels for these because we don't have canon ones anymore, and maybe you never did. So these two, I'm gonna call the creatives. So witch and sylph, these are the creatives. A time for brand archetypes. So we have some known witches and sylphs within Homestuck. Jade is a witch of space, Pfeffry is a witch of life, and Namara is a witch of time. And there are two sylphs, Kanaya, who is a sylph of space, and Arania, who is a sylph of light. We know that witches are more active and sylphs are more passive, though sylph does barely manage to not be a passive class. Good for that. A witch is someone who is able to take their aspect and manipulate it and bend it and break its rules. For example, Jade, as a witch of space, is able to manipulate space. She is able to take objects and shrink and grow them however she would like, even like to the point of manipulating the size of planets. Pfeffry is able to manipulate life itself and even create an afterlife for everyone to still exist and allow ghosts to persist beyond death. So it's stuff like that where they're able to like kind of take what their aspect is and do somewhat unconventional things with it. They make their aspect their bitch. They can whip it into whatever the fuck they want so long as they're able to figure out a way to do that. A sylph, meanwhile, is someone. Well, how about this? How about this? A witch can break their shit and rearrange it. A sylph takes what is broken and fixes it. So, for example, Arania is a sylph of light, and Terezi is someone who is blind, and Arania was able to gift her vision back to her. She was unable to see, and light is an aspect that is about seeing and like spotlights and like knowing things and whatnot. And so she was able to restore Terezi's eyesight to her. She was able to fix what was broken, and she intended to do that with a timeline. And by fixing the alpha timeline, but she ended up doing the alpha timeline instead. Big story. Well, but that's kind of the thing. So a witch is one who my if you late I wanna like have like a better area to write these things. You know what? You know what? Maybe it's time to bring out the fucking text. All right. With or through aspect. All right. And then a sylph is one who pairs with or through their aspect. It is important that, which is not a destroyer, they manipulate. They don't actually, like, break, like they don't, like, fucking, like, erase things from existence. They just take what's there and rearrange it in fun and cool ways. Because getting to the next pair, the bard and the prince, these guys are the destroyer classes. Actually, I had a better way of describing Sylph in Made to Pokey recently, because we were trying to figure out how they're... Actually, wait a minute. No, that's right. That's right. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I was thinking of something else entirely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's about breaking and fixing. Yeah. Okay, cool. I had my analysis on point, actually. I was correct all along. Anyway. Let's get to these two. Now, these guys, I'm gonna call, and this is their canon notion. These are the destroyer classes. These guys destroy shit. They fuck shit up. A prince is one who actively destroys, and a bard is one who passively destroys. Let me open up something real quick. Most violent bard I've ever heard of. Dude, bards in Homestuck are fucking crazy, let me tell you. They cause so many problems. Alright. So, a prince destroys their aspect, or through their aspect. Thank you for the hydrate and stuff, stretch, Tiff. Meanwhile, a bard... Now, technically what bards do is they allow the destruction of their aspect and invite destruction through their aspect. But I think the better way to describe a bard is that a bard fucks with their aspect and fucks around through their aspect. Yeah, as in, bards do whatever the fuck they want. And it's usually a bad thing. Bards don't follow the rules, they break the rules, and they fuck around while doing it, whereas princes are much more precise. Yeah, a bard's destruction is not typically upfront. Bards and princes are also part of classes that I would like to call mirrors. So prince and bards are of a subset of classes that do something called mirroring. And I'll say that, you know, I'm just gonna label it with an M so it can be easier. So a prince is a mirror, a bard is a mirror, and we'll get to them soon, but rogue and thief are also mirrors. Which makes sense because they're next to each other. And these specific classes do something really, really funny. Where, you know, it's hard to explain without the wheel. Let me get the wheel in here, actually. I had the wheel here. We're just going to take a little gander at the class, the aspect wheel real quick before we get it. We're not going to get into aspects right now. What about the Nick of Cage? That's like Lord and Muse, you know? Like, they're not as, like, you know, that's like asking me about the Gent of Piss. Like, we're not getting into that. That's advanced. That's too advanced for us. All right. So, say we're picking a random symbol on this chart here. Let's say we want to say we're gonna pick light. So this is light. Say we're a prince of light. Now, because of the way that Homestuck classes and aspects are, especially the way aspects are, you can kind of guess what someone is going to be based off of the way they are, the way they vibe, and their personality. The things that interest them, the way they talk, like the thematics surrounding them, essentially. What a prince, bard, and to a lesser extent, a thief and rogue do is they behave, or rather, they mirror, or in some aspects, ghost is the word I usually use. I'll change that. They ghost the opposite aspect. A prince of light is going to have a similar thought process, or rather outward thought process in outward demeanor to a void player. They ghost the other aspect. They look like the others, which is why I think the aspect quiz, the official one, sucks because they don't account for class. And because of that, you could get void because outwardly you may have a void player vibe, but that doesn't account for you possibly being a Prince of Light, for example. It doesn't count for you being a Prince, in which case you would be a Light player instead. So yeah, they act like they're on the opposite end of the aspect spectrum, which makes sense, especially for Prince and Bard, because they destroy their aspect, and in destroying their aspect, they seem like the opposite, you know? Like, if you are a Prince of Light, if you were destroying light, say that we're saying light is relevance and the spotlight and whatnot. If you destroy that, that's nothing. That's irrelevance. That's hiding behind the stage. That's like not taking center stage. It's opposite. And the way you can kind of like figure out whether a character is a prince or a bard or whatever is by basically going through all the rest of the classes and being like, none of these quite fit. Like, what do you mean? Like, none of these like make sense. And then you realize, oh shit, they're a prince and of the opposite aspect, and that makes sense why they act like that, and literally none of these other options check out whatsoever. That's how I've done it. Sometimes my friends will come to me and be like, can you like assign a class spec to this character? And then I get like really, really fucking in depth about it, especially if it's like our D&D character or something. And then I'll like go through like so many options because I'm like, I swear that you're a fucking hope player. You act like a hope player, but none of these are making sense. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. You're a fucking rogue of hope. Sorry, you're rogue of rage, not hope. It all makes sense now. Homestuck never ends? It doesn't. It's still updating. Hey, Homestuck. I haven't had time to read a lot. However, I'd probably be the one that's closest to a healer. So Sylph, probably. Though, the prospects are so much more complicated than that. You're a mage of light? Ooh, fun. As stated previously, I'm a seer of heart. Yeah. But yeah, classes aren't necessarily really about play style, more so they are about narrative arcs. Yellow Lurf, have you heard of Featherbent? I have not. A sylph of life I am, apparently. Interesting. Interesting. The ultimate healer. Are you a Nepo baby? Because all life players are Nepo babies. That's just like a rule. It's a stupid rule, but it's a consistent one. People think life is about life. No, it's about money and accumulation of wealth. This is actually true. It's also about life. Every life player is a capitalist. Well, I guess that maybe Pfeffery isn't a capitalist, but she is rich. Nah, I just love cute things mainly. You're kind of based for that. We never got much mage stuff. Yeah, but we're able to figure out a lot about mage from what we have. Okay. We've labeled our destroyers. So let's get into the thieves. So these are the thief class, the thieves. Which is funny because one of them is a thief, but like there's no other, like, what am I supposed to call them? The stealers? It's like lame. Like all the stealer classes, like just call them thieves. Because it doesn't matter if it's a little redundant. Homestuck weapon would be yo-yo kind. That's a fun one. I usually put myself with pencil kind. Possibly even like pen kind, I suppose. It depends. Depends what I got on me. Was watching a streamer yesterday and found out they made this very obscure unfinished John Cat VM where the characters are birds and also apparently Kira Buckland voices a character in it. What? That's crazy. My ultimate attack, walking the dog in the nuts of my enemies, is very Homestuck of you. Anyway, before we get too into the thieves, I mentioned how a prince kind of mirrors their opposite aspect, in which they're destroying their aspect, so they end up seeming like the opposite of it because that's what they put out there. They put out the lack of their aspect in a way. Whereas a bard who fucks around and fucks through their aspect and is on the far more passive end of the scale, like one of the most passive classes you could be, bards don't really do shit for a really long time. Like they're just fucking around, and in fucking around, they're not really embodying their aspect. And it takes like a special event for them to lock in. And so until they lock in, they're kind of meandering around doing like the exact opposite of what their aspect is. For example, Gamzee, who is a bard of rage. Rage involves like really like black and white, defined convictions and strong beliefs and emotions in the theatrical. But Gamzee, for the majority of his early appearances, is very like whimsical and like believes in miracles and is very wishy-washy and all over the place and like doesn't really have any strong beliefs in anything aside from this vague idea of magic, which may or may not be real. And so in doing that, he acts like a hope player because he is not locked in on the rage yet. But once he gets a trigger that like has him locked in on his aspect, bro is fucking around, and not in the good way. Fucking around in the opposite direction. This time it's serious. I've already made my D&D comparisons, Carlton. my exposure to Homestuck was Nepeta. That's not too bad of exposure. It could have been worse. Your exposure to Homestuck could have been Cankry. Exposure to Homestuck could have been Equius. Ugh. So, a thief, you'll never guess this. A thief, let me get my text tool. Thief steals their aspect and steals through their aspect. No way. Very surprising. None of us saw that one coming, am I right? Who else is shocked beyond belief? Now, Rogue, on the other hand, they're more like Robin Hood. So I would say, to quote the treatise on prospecting, a rogue redistributes their aspect and redistributes through their aspect. For example, Vriska is a thief of light. In addition to the spotlight and knowledge and relevance, light can also represent luck. And her whole deal is she steals luck. She steals other people's luck and gives it to herself. She has all the luck. She is the luckiest person around. However, what a rogue would do would be they would steal other people's luck and they wouldn't give it to themselves. They would give it to their party members. A thief is active, which means that their abilities tend to target mostly around themselves and those closest to them, and they tend to be like the one in the action, whereas passive classes tend to be more support classes. So a rogue is a support thief, while a thief is, like an active, like it's kind of like I was saying with like the Twilight versus War cleric thing, where like a Twilight cleric is going to be like supporting via the cleric abilities, whereas a War cleric is going to be fighting themselves, like personally via their abilities. Heading to bed now, fun with Homestuck? Of course. You have a good sleep now, Sierra. Thank you for lurking. So yeah, the thieves are big and greedy, like me when I drank all of my roommates' Martinelli's apple cider. And rogues are also like me when I bought my roommate more apple cider because I drank all of it. Can she gank bad luck though? No. If anything, a rogue would be able to gank bad luck because they would get rid of your bad luck by giving you the good luck. If you want someone who could probably steal bad luck, that would probably be a thief of void, because void is the opposite of light, and void deals with being like irrelevant and insignificant and probably having the worst fucking luck ever. And so a thief of void would probably be able to take away your bad luck and give themselves more bad luck through that, inadvertently giving you good luck, which is kind of funny. What if you take the apple cider and divide it evenly between the two of us? Oh, it's an excellent question. I think that just makes me normal. Now, to be fair, when I drink all my roommate's apple cider, it's because it was divided evenly. He took a giant. He had 2 bottles. He took a bottle and said, "I think I'm just gonna drink this entire thing. Do you want the other bottle?" And I was like, "Yeah, I want the bottle." And then I thought that meant I had permission to drink the whole thing, and so I did. Is we both drank a whole bottle in one night. And then I woke up in the middle of the night. Sorry, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night. I woke up the next day and I got a text from my roommate. And he was like, "Hey, did you drink all the apple cider?" And I was half asleep, and so I texted back, "I'm a big greedy boy." And then I passed back out. And later on, I ordered more apple cider for us, and he reminded me of that text because he keeps thinking about it. It was really funny. And he said, honestly, I was really like pissed at you for drinking all the rest of my apple cider because I paid money for that. But then you texted me that, and I couldn't be mad anymore. Like, you gave me a text that was impossible to respond to. And I just instantly forgave you. And I was like, awesome, noted, good to know. He was so baffled. So, if anyone's ever upset at you for like eating all of their food or drinking all of their drink that they buy, just tell them that you were a big greedy boy and they won't know how to respond, and then you'll get away with it. That's the lesson I learned. Big greedy boy greedily takes all the forgiveness. I did. Nat 20 on charm. Dude, I've been told I have like crazy high charisma. I still don't like I guess I can't even say I don't fully buy it because so many people have told me that I have like an insane charisma. And like recently Mouse Viewer fucking ignored me on Discord because I was too fun to talk to, that I was distracting. So I guess I just do. I have a crazy charisma. It's probably my highest stat. I can't even be humble about it. Like, too many people have told me that I'm like really charming. Like, it would be rude to deny it at this point, because then I'm like, what, am I calling them a liar? I don't want to call anyone a liar. Alright. Alright. I think Thief and Rogue are pretty self-explanatory. I've explained them well enough. Now, for the troubling one. Night and Page confound me. Hmm. Okay. I think what's my word for these guys? Hmm. I just these guys are hard to define. I'm like trying to think of like the best single word that I can use for these motherfuckers. I'm gonna like put the word over here. Let me. I think I'm gonna call them wielders. Those who wield their aspect. Yeah, that's like decent. Okay. Yeah. So a knight. Knight and Page are the ones that I'm like changing my interpretation on most these days because of the new information that came out that linked them. Because before it was only like a headcanon that they were linked, and I often linked page and air together. But now I can't do that anymore, which is fucked up. So a knight is someone who I would say protects, fights for their aspect, for/with their aspect. Keep it simple. And a page. Pages are tough. Hmm. I really do have to like completely turn my interpretation of page on its head because of this information. Because I used to say that pages were someone who came fully into being through their aspect in a similar way that heirs do, but that doesn't work anymore. Hmm. I would say that a page. And this is toughy. This is a toughie. Why does page have to be like the fucking hardest class spec to define? Because pages fucking suck. The thing is, like, I understand what pages do. It's just like defining that succinctly is very difficult. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna say a page is someone who fights to preserve their aspect. Slash and preserves through their aspect. I think I think that yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. You know what? Instead of wielders, I'm gonna call them servers. I'll call them this. No, because maids are more service. Spurb. It's like suburb without the spurb. Yeah, wielders is good because they both wield their aspect. So, a knight, yeah, as said, they protect and fight for or with their aspect. So, for example, a Knight of Time is going to be wielding time as a weapon in order to protect the timeline. They will also protect others via their powers by using their time abilities to make sure people don't die and the timeline doesn't become doomed. They are protectors. Actually, protectors is a much better word. I like that word. They're protector classes. I love that. Don't you love when you find a good word? Protector classes. That's really good. That's awesome. And a page, for example, it fights to preserve their aspect and preserves through their aspect. So what this means, if we say look at Jake English, the most useless character in all of Homestuck, he is a page of hope, and constantly he is trying to maintain hope. Hope as an aspect is very much about whimsy and a belief and magic and basically how to say hmm it's about idealism. It's basically I care more about fiction than I do about reality is kind of like what the hope aspect is about in some ways. It's pure optimism. If reality is broke, then fuck reality, let's figure out something different, kinda is the energy. Everything will work out fine. We just have to believe in ourselves, in our hearts. Nagito Komaeda is not a hope player, he is a light player. I'm sorry. I stand my ground on this. I think I've talked about this with May somewhere before. I think I assigned him a bard of light. Aha, I did. I wrote a whole rant on it. Um, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Essentially, light deals more with luck. And as a bard of light, Komaeda kind of fucks around with light. He is inconsistently lucky, and thus, like, his aspect is fucked around with. He is also inconsistently relevant. He likes to put himself in the background. He likes to insist that he is not relevant, which is opposite to what a light player would be. But he ends up stealing the fucking show every single moment he's on screen, despite the fact he's like, no, I'm not important. I'm not cool like you guys. That's exactly what a destroyer class would do. They like Komaeda acts like he's a void player when he is so obviously a light player. Because to Komaeda, hope isn't about like pure just like whimsy, idealism, like whatever. Hope is something concrete. Hope is a like a conviction. The hope aspect is too wishy washy for Komaeda. To Komaeda, hope is something very concrete. I'm not gonna get into too deep into Komaeda analysis right now. Anyway, as a page of hope, Jake English is constantly just in his head about his fucking like blue women and adventures and wanting to be like a globe-trotting hero. He can never exist in reality. He can never deal with reality because he is so intent on maintaining this ideal fictionalized version of the way things are. And he preserves like the how to say this when shit goes bad, um Jake is the person who will, through his incredibly massive hope powers, be able to fix it. He is able to preserve what they have via his hope when when push comes to shove. However, pages are incredibly inconsistent and really bad at wielding their aspect. So it's very rare that a page ends up being useful, but when they're useful, like boy howdy are they useful. Gonna start looking as I lay down in bed and allow myself to drift for sleep. Thanks very much for listening to my police request for a stream, showing your interest. That's you're welcome. Thank you for giving me a time to just like info dump. My analysis is that deep. Am I allowed to check and read your blog as a refresher in the meanwhile? You can do whatever you want. I didn't talk about any like Homestuck analysis of Komida on my old blog, but like I have a lot of really interesting studies on Komida out there that I still approve of. Thank you for the posture check and hydrate, Tiff. Alright. Next up, we're getting into Mage and Seer. I'm gonna call these guys. What do I want to call them? I'm gonna call them the Understanders. It's silly, but it works. Oops, I accidentally turned my tablet off. Alright, these guys are the Understanders. Alright. So, a seer is one who knows their aspect and knows through their aspect. As in, they have an intimate understanding of what their aspect is, and through their aspect, they are able to understand the situations they are in and the circumstances around them. Meanwhile, a mage understands their aspect and understands through their aspect. I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's like the same fucking thing. They do the same fucking thing. Think of it as like an empathy versus sympathy thing. You know? Like, a seer knows. Like logically, they know. You know? Like, they read it in a book. It's scientific to them. It's a science. A mage kind of like empathizes with their aspect. Like, they get it on like a personal level. You know? Like, a mage has been deeply affected by their aspect. They are often known to understand their aspect so well because they are ones who are meant to suffer through their aspect. They know it intimately. Every good thing in their life, every bad thing in their life always kind of ends up coming down to their aspect. And because of that, they have an intimate understanding of what their aspect is and how it works, and they're able to understand others through that experience. Whereas a seer just like textbook knows, like, this is my aspect and this is how it works and this is our situation and this is how my aspect plays into that. For example, a seer of light like Rose is able to understand their relevance within the story and are also able to see the most fortunate way forward. She cannot see any bad outcomes forward, but she would be able to see, like, you know, like the luckiest outcomes for them and kind of how to get there. Meanwhile, a mage, mages don't really have future sight. As far as I'm able, like they have like hunches and stuff. But I feel like they're more present focused, at least given like what we've dealt with Solux. Though I guess no, because Matuna was a seer of doom. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Yeah. Oh no. Matuna was an heir of doom. My bad. I'm sorry, Matuna. I misclassed you. Anyway, no, that's kind of the difference there. I think I made that decently clear enough. And then we get into the maid in the air. who I am going to call the servant classes. I know what you're thinking. An heir is a servant. That makes no sense whatsoever. But hear me out. Because maid and heir seem like the most possible opposites you can have. But like, not only are they connected in the way that they are, but they're also both on the passive end of the scale, which is interesting. But again, I had a great conversation with Pokey about this, where like I feel like a genius for what I figured out. So a maid serves their aspect. Um, hmm, how do I actually describe this really well? Let me look at my references real quick. No, okay, I'm gonna say this and then we'll okay. It serves their aspect and it serves through their aspect. All right, just a typical what we already kind of assumed. Like, what else would a maid do? And an heir inherits their aspect and ascends via their aspect. I know what you're thinking. How the fuck is an heir a servant? That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. However, backing up. An heir obviously inherits something, right? You know, they are gifted power, and they are seen as nobility, and they have a position of responsibility due to this position. And a maid is a servant, you know. Um, the thing about aspects is that one's relationship to them is, as I said, very dependent on their class. But the way they treat an aspect is also dependent on the class. In which, say, you know, if I'm a maid, imagine my aspect is like my warlock patron, if that makes sense. Like, it kind of goes like that, where a maid is going to serve their master, right? And their master is their aspect. So a maid of time is going to be serving time, and it is going to be a large fan of time. Maids tend to be like big like fangirls or fanboys about their aspect. Like, Aradia really loves the idea of death and destruction, and she's like really into that, and she's like a fangirl, and she likes archaeology and stuff like that, and that's all very time related. So she's a big fan of her aspect, and she does things that serve that and serve like you know, the nature of time. And she serves through her aspect. She does, you know, what her master demands of her. And of course, an aspect isn't actually a thing that tells you, oh, you need to do this. Like, it's not a conscious thing, but it is kind of like a presence within the universe that you can kind of understand the whims of because of your connection to it. So when an heir inherits their aspect and ascends via their aspect, an heir essentially embodies their aspect. John, as an heir of breath, embodies the very aspect of breath. And in doing so, it becomes the quote unquote master. You know, he becomes the you know, hypothetical entity that breath is. And therefore, as an heir, serves his people. He serves the people of his session and the people around him. It is the duty of an heir to help those around them and lift them up, you know? And that's what John does. He serves people via his aspect. Whereas a maid, and sure, like serves through their aspect, can kind of like give that thing, but there's a particular nuance to it that I think I've done a decent enough job of explaining. Like I was saying to Pokey, maids serve their aspects while heirs serve through their aspect. Jane serves life by expanding her company and wealth and following Condi's teaching. John serves through breath by the windy thinking his way through life and detaching himself from the narrative to save everyone. A maid serves their master and heir serves their people. What about internal versus external versatility abilities? Some aspects seem to grant abilities through internal means, abilities that have and unlock, and those that obtain power externally, like through time travel items and god tiering. I every player is able to gain their powers before god tiering. Like Dave was able to to time travel before god tiering, and I believe god tiering would have granted him the ability to manipulate time in that way. Um, I like in hypothetically because of that, a non-time player could time travel theoretically if they used his timetables, but they would not be able to inherently understand how it works and would probably do the timeline if they did that. I think they're all abilities they have at unlock. Just sometimes you can kind of cheat them earlier by getting certain items. And God tier basically maxes out your level and unlocks all of your abilities. But like throughout their story, they're all doing what their class says they're doing, and they interact with their aspect in that way. It's just when you get into like the nitty gritty of like, oh, their attacks and whatnot is when you start getting into like, okay, like you probably need to like unlock your like frame motifs and blah, 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 like get all technical with it. Yeah, this I think this is pretty comprehensive. Do we have any questions on this? Do I need to elaborate on active and passive more? Is there any particular class that you want me to expand on, or the relationship to another class that you want me to expand on? Um, while you're thinking up whether you have questions or not, I want to say a little fun fact about Mage and Seer is that given how close they are to the center, um, seers and mages do this funny thing where a seer mirrors being active at first, being an active player, before eventually settling into a passive role, while a mage mirrors being passive at first before settling into an active role, which I find very interesting. Uh, for example, I'll say with Rose, she starts off the game going all in and like destroying the spur obsession and doing all these things and like really like trying to like understand the game and like tear it apart in order to understand it like a seer would, you know, trying to know what is going on. And then eventually when she god tier, she mellows out and becomes an extremely passive role in the story, just acting as a supporting role and like settling into her proper seer role. Whereas Solix starts off very passive and like not wanting to like really get involved and trying to ignore all these like doom prophecies that he's aware of before, you know, becoming more active and like actively like making this a scrub game and like getting involved in stuff. However, Solix never actually fully comes into himself as a mage, so he ends up mostly kind of remaining more in the passive end than the active end. But I think it's kind of interesting the way they mirror each other like that. I know it's a bit annoying, but as the only other classes seen in the comic itself, is the waste class like a missing no class? I would say so, yeah. Because there's the waste and the gent. And they kind of seem like right. But I wouldn't really like say it's canon to anything. Like it's clearly like a hussy joke, you know? Like, cause he's like, haha, I'm a waste of space. Like I don't really give that much more credit than a gent of piss, you know? Like it's just a gag. If it's not on the official fucking chart that Hussey made about all the classes, then I'm not gonna count it as anything serious. Anyway, let's save this as classes. And then I'm going to get all these layers in a folder. We have no more class questions. Let's get into aspects. So this wheel has a lot going on here. This again, we have split into active and passive sides. And in a way, though softer, the top of the wheel is more passive and the bottom of the wheel is more active. But you can't really like say like these are the most passive and then these guys are the most active because that's not true. But it's more like breath is like deeply passive and blood is deeply active. Well, I think there's like something to be said here about this, but like it's the reason I write those in lowercase is because the top and bottom of the wheels have something much more interesting going on, which is uh how do I often say this? I'm trying to remember the terminology I tend to use. Let's see here. Uh let's see. I know I said this in a rant to someone. Let's see. Maybe looking at aspect will help. Damn. Damn. Where do I fucking put my shit? Ever. Am I Boo Boo the Fool? You can tell I didn't come to this stream prepared. Okay. Aha. Let's see. Let's see. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Fuck. Where's my narrative thing? Aha! I found it. I found it. So, okay. Individual. And we're gonna call this relationship based, or let's say this bonds. And in addition to that, I'm gonna say in smaller letters where, and in bigger letters for here when, or small letters. Okay. Now, the aspect wheel is very interesting, especially in the way that I have sliced this thing up. First of all, when we slice it down the middle, we have active and passive. And yes, breath is pretty passive, and yes, blood is pretty active, but that is irrelevant to the case. Classes on this side of the wheel tend to be a little bit more on the active side, as in they're the ones who get shit done. If you want to really be kind of like pedantic about it, I think like you can like kind of like slice it like around here to like keep like these guys passive and these guys active, which makes sense. I think that's like a perfectly valid slice. But time is the most active aspect, and space is the most passive aspect. And I'm gonna just like read some shit that I have like kind of put out here. So while classes kind of, they describe how you work with your aspect, and active and passive classes are more tied to your personality. Like, are you a more active player or are you a more passive player? Meanwhile, when it comes to aspects, while it does kind of describe the player, like if you are an heir of space, you are probably a very passive person. And even if you are a knight of space, you're probably a bit more passive of a knight than otherwise, given space's nature. But the active passive nature of aspects is not necessarily meant to describe the player. Rather, it is a fundamental truth about what the aspects are and how they relate to the world around them. Space in itself is existence. It is passive. It is always the way it is. And time is movement. It is active. It just keeps going and going and going. Were it not for time, there would be no change. And on the other end of things, you have breath and blood. And breath, in general, is typically associated with freedom and flexibility and being spontaneous. And meanwhile, on the other end, blood deals with community and responsibility and society and structures and connections and bonds, like deep bonds of like trust and whatnot. And but bloodbound people tend to get more invested in people than breathbound people do. And you can kind of see breath and blood as externality versus internality, or individualism versus community. The upper half of the wheel, breath, they tend to have powers that are not super grounded. And in that way, I would probably split the wheel kind of like this. Like, obviously we're gonna like do this, but I would split it like this if we're gonna be thinking about like grounded versus not grounded. Or actually, because I might do this like this, because time cares a lot about bonds, actually. So I would split the wheel like this if we're going for like whether you're more breathy or whether you're more blood-esque. But the upper half of the wheel have powers that are not grounded. Breath quite literally is not grounded. It's based in the wind, it's weightlessness, it can't hold you down. Mind, hope, life, and light all have a focus on things that are outside of oneself. They're bigger and greater than you and the people in your life. And people who are on the upper end of the wheel also tend to be a little more self-centered. And honestly, with this explanation, it works better if I split them, especially down the middle. Like, we're talking about like space and time don't count here. They're active, they're passive, they're outside of this dichotomy. It's kind of like Muse and Lord, if you think about it, where they don't really count within the grand scheme of things. Anyway. The top half of the wheel don't have issues with who they are as people, even if they should. And most of the time, they don't need to reflect internally or on their personal arcs. Like their personal arcs don't tend to relate to growing to be a better person. And even though, like, it would be a great thing if they did, and sometimes they do focus on that, a lot of people on the top of the wheel don't focus internally. They just don't. Even though Jate English absolutely should focus internally and work on himself, he never does. And same thing with Vriska, unless you read Homestuck 2, or aka Beyond Canon, in which case she had a whole thing working on herself. That took her 8 years. Because growing on herself wasn't necessarily the point of her character ever. And even though they can have personal character arcs and growths, again, not the focus. It's not what the game wants them to do. It's not what the game wants them to focus on. The game wants them to focus on the things outside of themselves. What is greater. On the other end of things, the blood side is very grounded. Blood itself is, reflecting the very blood that flows through your veins. Flesh and blood. Can't get more grounded than that. Void, doom, rage, and heart are also very personal aspects. Everyone who's been bound by those aspects deals with a struggle or purpose, a struggle of purpose or identity, or just a general extreme character flaw that they need to overcome to better themselves. Like everyone down here has some sort of like social or societal issue and some kind of personal thing going on with them. And again, like, while the game probably wants them to fix it, whether they do or not, it is an entirely different thing. But like the intention is probably the game wants them to work on that. Like I said earlier, whether or not people actually go on the coming of age quest that Spurb or Scrub lays out for them is completely irrelevant to what they're assigned. Whether they do what they're supposed to do doesn't fucking matter. The game has its plans, but you have other plans. And on that topic, the wheel also tends to relate to things narratively. Space and time and breath and blood are things that are required to have for a narrative, I would say. Time tends to reflect engagement with the plot, character motivations, characters pushing the plot forward, ensuring that the plot functions. If the story doesn't move forward, you don't have a story. Meanwhile, space is where the story takes place. It's the setting. It's the essential that are needed for the plot. You need space and time in order to create a story, much like space and time are required aspects to have in a spurb session to actually make it work. Meanwhile, while not necessarily required to have a story, but are extremely nice to have in your story, breadth focuses on the individual characters who develop on their own, and conflicts that are greater than the character and the world that they live in. You know, like those big things, like we need to save the world, or like there's like an eldritch monster that we have to like communicate with, or there's something, you know, like it's beyond the characters. The stories of the top half of the wheel are not personal growth stories. Meanwhile, on the bottom half of the wheel, these are character relationships, characters who help others develop and rely on others for the developments, conflicts that are more grounded and realistic, internal and interpersonal. Or, for example, John's story is not very personal. He does not have much attachment to the people around him, even when he should. He doesn't even cry really that much when his dad dies. He kind of has just like a very like meh reaction to it. He doesn't have these like big crazy reactions to things. And when he does have big crazy reactions, they tend to be things like reactions to things that don't really matter. And then he realizes it's kind of stupid that he's overreacting. He's very detached from everyone else. And yeah, that doesn't mean he doesn't care about his friends. He fucking loves his friends. But John is so detached from the narrative itself that he quite literally detaches himself from the narrative in order to save the narrative and retcons all of Homestuck. It's like the most breath thing you could possibly do. Like, be so detached from the fucking story that you just, like, fuck off from the story. you just, like, step outside of it and you're like, okay, let me, like, flip through this thing and, like, yeah, write over what's there so I can fix it. And, again, that is a very outside of oneself conflict. John's story has nothing to do with John growing to be a person, like a better person. John hardly develops as a character throughout the comic, because that's not the point. That's not John's story. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Karkat is a blood player, and his entire story is about wanting to be a leader to a group of people and wanting to be accepted and understood by his society. And a lot of his character conflicts revolve around his self-hatred and trying to deal with that and accepting that, like, maybe a leadership position isn't one for him, and his friends coming to confide in him about the relationship issues. He loves rom-coms and stuff. Karkat is like a very grounded guy. Polar opposite to John. And like I said before, space and time are necessary for a story to play out, and they are necessary for a session to be successful. You know, time players are going to make sure that you stick on the alpha timeline, and space players make sure that you can create a space for the story, considering that space players are responsible for creating a very new universe. But now that we have like broken up the wheel into 4 little parts here, it's probably time to like think about, okay, what's the deal with those other things here? So let's get a little more into it. I think I've done a fairly good job at explaining breath already, but I'll kind of just like start like drawing out the aspects here and giving like a general like kind of like overview of like its traits. So we have breath up here. Breath is going to be like, you know, freedom, detachment, I think those are the two big ones. We'll just like list 2 big ones unless we really want to get into it, and then I'll start going like clockwise down the aspect thing. So the next one we have is life. I mentioned earlier that being a nepo baby is a requirement for being a life player, and that's because while it is about just like life in general, it is also about wealth. And I'll also add growth as well, I was watching someone react to Beyond Canon recently, and Jane used her life powers to grow people really big, and I was like, that's a really fun, creative like use of life powers. And they're like, why does the life power make people grow? And I'm like, because accumulation of wealth is a life thing, and just in general, that would mean growth. Plants growing, you know, your fucking I don't know, stocks growing, you know, like things getting bigger is just part of life, you know. Like when you're born, you fucking grow into a full ass adult after so many years. Like that's just how it is. That's how it is. People are living things, but so are companies. It's kind of like what life is about. Every life player is born into privilege or is an heir to some kind of vast expanse of wealth. Pfeffery is like the heiress to all of Alternia. She is going to become the Empress. Her mother is the Imperious Condescension. Condi, aka Mina, is also a life player. She's a thief of life. In boy, does she play that role well. And Jane is also part of that fucking family because she's Condi's adoptive kid, and she's going to inherit all of Crocker Corp, which means, you know, eventually inheriting rule over the planet if Condi were to actually let her and not assassinate her. Next up, we have Light. Let's get that sun in there, baby. Here we go. So I would say Light is about relevance. Luck and knowledge. I've talked a decent bit about life already, Light already, so I won't get too deep into it. But all Light players are attention whores. They need it to be about them all the time, and when it's not about them, they get uncomfortable. They are incredibly important, or at the very least, they know how to make you become incredibly important. They always gotta be the center of attention somehow, though. Vriska is the biggest example of this. She is constantly trying to steal away the narrative, and a lot of life power, like Light players, even have the fucking power to force the narrative to pay attention to them. That is how badly they want to be paid attention to. They're just like cosmically good at drawing the viewer attention to them. Um, they're also based in luck, in just like getting lucky. There's no other way to explain it. They're just very lucky, or at the very least, they come into luck at some point in their story. And they also know things. They like to know things. They like to find out things, and they do know and find out things, and it's awesome for them. I don't like the breast symbol up here. I want to like fix it up a little bit because I drew the others so nice. There we go. Much better. Next up is time. Why are gears so hard to draw? That's my question. Okay, so time deals with death. Uh, let's say it deals with what's the word? What's the word? Let's say now why am I blanking? Why am I blanking on time? Time should be easy. Well, change. There we go. I guess death falls under change, but like it's different enough. Death, change, and destruction. I guess you know what? Let's change. Let's do destruction because I think destruction is close enough to death. I'll do destruction / death. That works. And change. Here we go. So, a time. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, honestly. Uh, it's the forward march. It's change. It's evolution. It's destruction over time. It's death. Everything comes to an end, but also time will keep going because time is unforgiving. Time players also tend to have like some kind of like a musical thing related to them. Not always, but like it helps. It helps. It adds. Time players often also just like go through it at some point or another. But I think more than that, the knight class in general goes through it. Knights tend to be sufferers. They like their lands are literally built to torment them. It's kind of fucked up. Okay, we're organized here. We're looking good. Okay, that's like the first 4. So I'll like start doing this. Let's see. Let's go heart now. Here we go. Heart. So heart has to do with souls, the self, and hmm. You know what? Rather than just self, I'm gonna say identity because that counts for other people's identities too. Souls, identity, and I feel like I want to add one other things. Let's go for emotions. Yeah. So like heart players, as said by Calliope, heart pretty much like directly translates into soul. But again, it's always a little more complicated than that, isn't it? Heart is about understanding oneself and understanding those around you in a different way from blood, but we'll get to like the differences between heart and blood later because I feel like those can be a little difficult to parse sometimes. They're a little nuanced. But I would say that even though both of them kind of have to deal with connections, heart is a lot more personal. It's like more one-on-one. It's like your specific relationship with someone else, and it's kind of like how your identities are altered by said connections that you have. It's about personal desire. It's about personal feelings and personal relationships as well as who you are and understanding what it means to be you. And that's a difficult thing for Heartbound. But I'm incredibly self-aware. That's why I'm a seer of heart. I know my ass. And next up is Rage, baby. Rage is an interesting one. I quite like Rage. It's a hard one to draw, though. There we go. Has this been in? Or are we outside of the playlist? We are outside of the playlist. That's not allowed. Here we go. I forgot to loop the playlist. That's my bad. Okay. Okay, let me get that rage drawn in here. That's like basically it, I think. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. It's kind of like an angry face if you think about it. Like if these are like the eyes, and that's like the angry mouth, and these are like the cheeks. Anyway, fun little thing to notice. I never paid attention to that before. Anyway, rage is theatrics. And conviction. And black and white morality, I would say. Rage is about seeing things in your way and being like very staunch in your belief and deeply passionate in those beliefs as well. And you know, theatrical in the way that you handle yourselves. It's high contrast, you know. In exaggerations of your very realities and stuff, you know, like the symbol is kind of like a theater mask, and that is one of like the symbols of it is, you know, a theater mask, a laughing and smiling mask. But I rage bounds are kind of like either or, you know, it's heads or tails. You are not landing on the side. Whereas a hope player on the opposite thing would be like, I can totally land on the side. Next we have blood. I should say with like rage, when I talk about like unwavering beliefs and stuff, it doesn't matter what you believe in. Typically it's like religion based, but like and be like a philosophy or like just like whatever, as long as it's like core to your being, which is why it's usually like a religion based thing. But like you don't have to be a clown to be a rage player. So blood is about society and community. And I guess just general like bonds. As you'll notice, blood automatically seems less personal than heart, and that is the point. Blood deals in something much greater, despite being more grounded. Like the thing, you know, like being at the bottom of the wheel would be like the most like personal and like introspective uh version of the lower thing, given that I said like, oh, like, like this is very like about issues greater than yourself, and therefore blood is more about issues internal. And while that is very true, um you must remember that like blood is at the very bottom of bonds, whereas heart is actually a lot closer to the individual. So while heart is about bonds and emotions, it is a bit more personal about it. It's more about personal identity and your bonds and feelings towards yourself and those close to you. Whereas blood is about overall bonds with everyone around you. Yeah, community, society. It's about bonds at large. It's about the like not necessarily being a cog in the system, but like a little bit about it. And then on that end, if we're going to like put like rage in there, rage is like the perfect in between, especially like with the religion connections. It is about these like beliefs and convictions that you have that a lot of other people are having, but it's also your personal beliefs and convictions and your grounded interpersonal conflicts. But it's a lot less individualistic than heart is, because rage will drag other people into it, whereas hearts kind of, well, they do drag other people into it, they probably shouldn't, is kind of my vibe, because heart players love to like ship other people, but it's mostly a deflection so they don't have to think about themselves. That's my hot take. Next up, we're getting into Doom, baby, the big Doomer. Doom is hard to draw as well. Like the big eyes here, and then kind of like got like this thing going on. It's like a weird helmet kind of thing, I think. I don't know how to properly describe it. There we go. Color that all in nicely. There we go. So Doom is about determinism. Which that is how the alpha timeline works. Homesick is very deterministic. This was always meant to happen, and you can never avoid it. That is like one of the big like sinking like feelings that Homestuck can give one person. Um, so like determinism, like a certainty in the narrative, like you know what's gonna happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I'll also put like fate as well. You think it would be more death based, but that's actually more time based. It's more just about like the inevitability of what is going to happen to you, whether you're going to die or not. But typically, like Doom is like so deeply existential, because like imagine you're a Doom player in a session that isn't doomed. Like you're doomed to succeed. I find that interesting. Like I find that like fascinating, like narratively. Like no matter what you do, you cannot change the narrative. And even if the narrative is a good one for you, you're doomed to know that you have no free will. Isn't that like awesome in a way? That's how I see doomed. Next up, we're gonna go into void. There we go. Void's really fun. Void is irrelevance. void is nothing. It sounds like it must suck to be void, honestly. Like, do you imagine, like, how, like, fucking much of a bummer it is? You get in your spur obsession, you're the something of void. Like, damn. Fuck me, I guess. Um, but, like, I will also add, it deals in the mysterious. Voids are like, what is unanswered, what is forgotten. It is, yeah. How to describe void? I think void is something beautiful in which it in a narrative that is so deeply, like, focused on, being a narrative, and like, that feel like I was saying, like the doom, like, of being, like, doomed to know, like, you're doomed to succeed, like, you know for certainty you have no free will. Imagine what a freeing thing it is to be ignored by the narrative, for the story itself to deem you unimportant. And yeah, that's like a tragic thing, but isn't it also freeing that the omnipotent writer does not care enough to pull your strings? In a way, isn't that not freeing? But being irrelevant is so freeing. You're not bound by anything. You don't have to do anything. Maybe you can sneak around and defy the narrative, because they don't know what you're up to. They don't know what you are. They're not paying attention to you. Like, being a rogue void, or thief void, or any kind of, like, sneaky kind of class. Probably rogue is more sneaky. That gives you, like, such, like, a perfect opportunity to just, like, kind of, like, flip out of existence. Honestly, probably like an era void, like Equius, would be more fitting, to just, like, you just, like, are irrelevant, and that's all you are. And like, I feel like a good void player could really take advantage of and not being cared for by the greater narrative. Like, you just jump scare someone, you know? You thought I was irrelevant? Look at this cool shit I could do. Now, whether you jump scaring the narrative and trying to be relevant will actually make you relevant is completely irrelevant to the conversation. But I think, like, in theory, void could be one of the coolest aspects. It really could be. At the very least, I think it is deeply, deeply freeing as an idea. I'm like, wow, that sounds really cool. I would love to be a void player. It sounds like so much less pressure. Right, next we have space. Space is creation. I'll also add birth in here. Space is also birth. Breeding is a big part of being a space player, let me tell you. But it is also isolation, I would say. A lot of space players tend to be alone, or different, or outcast in some way. Good morning, Jelly. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 5 months. Let's fucking go. I'm out here. I've been explaining Homestuck for the past, like, almost 5 hours. I'm really deep in on my class-spect stuff. I'm having a great time. I mean, I'm just being so autistic over here. I'm so deeply passionate about class specting. You know this. You know this about me. Yeah, space, as similar to time, is an essential aspect for a spur obsession, and that is because space players must breed the frog TM. Probably going to bed, back to bed before work, but I want to pop and say hi. Oh, thank you. You get some more rest in. It's important. If you want me to lull you to sleep with my tones, feel free. Have I ever asked what my class pick would be? You have not? Oh my god, that is Jelly. If we're gonna do that, if we're gonna do that, we gotta be like be on call, and this is gonna be like at least an hour of talking. Okay, I can't just pull that out of my ass. We're gonna have like a deep conversation. Okay. Anyone who just like pulls a class spec out of their ass for someone, they're lying, or they're a god, and they just know who you are deeply on an emotional level. But honestly, given our vibes, I would not be surprised if you were also a heart player. I could see it. Hey, well, to be fair, mm-hmm. You do know I am deeply on an emotional level. That's right. I am a seer of heart for a reason. I mean, okay. We are the same creature in many ways. This is true. This is true. I have like such like a strict process for class affecting people. You know, I can kind of like get a little bit into that. Or maybe should I finish listing out the aspect? Let me finish listing out the what the aspects are first before we get too deep into that. All right, well let's get mind in here. We only have a few more to define. It needs to be more green. Picky. This was such a decision for Sisyphus to add to the jam playlist. I doubt it. Okay. It's really good, yeah. Okay. Mine has to do with reality. And probabilities. Mine is about like the endless choices laid out before you, cause and effect in their actions. But also mine is literally about the perception of reality and the way that that reality is. Like your mind is the only way you perceive reality, and therefore depending on like whatever your class is, but like hypothetically a mind player could very well warp reality into what they view it to be, in my interpretation at least. That's how Terezi describes mind. At least she describes it as reality, which I really like. I forgot to add the S to probabilities there. And then we have hope, aspect of all time. Let's see, like it's like a like the wings. Like so. And then you get like the bit down here. And there's like a little bit coming out of here. And then comes out like that. Okay, so hope. Hope is like I said before, it's idealism. It's dreams. Dreams slash fiction. There we go. And again, I explained this pretty much, but like it's like, hopes are optimistic. They're the opposite of rage. Rage is very black and white. It's very I'm like I have this deep conviction. It's either or, like there's no in between kind of an area. And hope is like, what if we had whimsy? What if we had joy? What if there were endless possibilities and all of them were equally likely? That's kind of what hope is. It's fantastical. It is bringing impossible things to light. And then I think that's it. I think yeah, that completes the circle, baby. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Hope is a little hard to read. What if I like do something like this? That helps. Kind of muddies the color, but yeah, that's a little bit easier to read. Okay. Now that we have that, I can get into getting a second aspect wheel out for here. How to class spec someone. First of all, you gotta split up the wheel. You gotta figure out two things if you wanna successfully class spec the motherfucker. And those two things are, first and foremost, active versus passive. All right. Are you on this side of the wheel over here? Or are you on this side of the wheel? And the way you figure that out is by looking at how well you relate to space or time as an aspect, okay? So if I go through like the process of like, classic myself, space has to do a lot with creation and birth and isolation and passivity. Space also has a lot to do with motherhood. And while space has a lot of things that relate to me personally, there is a distinct focus on femininity in the themes of space players that doesn't really vibe with me personally. And yes, time is also maybe like a bit more of a masculine aspect, but yeah, regardless of that, like technically aspects and classes are not gendered. The isolation aspect of space also isn't very fit me. I'm very eager to be social. I yap a lot. I talk with a lot of people. I wouldn't really call myself an isolated person, and therefore I would lean more towards the time as something that I relate to. Time is, it's about forward progress. It's change. It's evolution. And I feel like that describes me as someone who is very adaptable and as someone who is always like kind of like doing my best to live in the present and move towards the future. I don't tend to, reminisce too much on the past, though. Much like people who are inclined with time, I do keep a lot of artifacts of the past because I am nostalgic. I keep every card anyone has ever written to me, and that is a very time player centric thing. So overall, I end up on the time aspect of the wheel, the active portion. Again, this has nothing to say whether I am an active player or not, but my aspect certainly is. And next, I have to split the wheel sideways once again. What are my conflicts like? Again, do I relate more with breath or do I relate more with blood? So, breath. It is about freedom. It is about detachment from others. Again, you can still have your bonds and stuff, but you're not like super involved with them. You're a free spirit. You're not tied down to anything. And it's nice. You get to be flexible. You get to be spontaneous. But on that end of things, I don't think that the detachment of breath necessarily fits me. I tend to grow very, very attached to the people close to me, extremely so. And so I end up more on the blood side of things, in which I, am more, I relate more to the idea of joining in groups and communities of people, of forming very strong bonds with each other. My issues are very grounded. They're not really outside of myself. I've had to look a lot inside of myself and personally to understand who I am. I like my conflicts are not outside of myself. Like, yes, like things do happen to me. Everyone knows that things do happen to me, but in life, I suppose a lot of my conflicts are social and internal rather than like external. Like an earthquake doesn't hit my house and I have to deal with that. It's like my friend group fucking sucks and I have to deal with that. Those are the things I deal with. Like my D&D group hates me, kind of energy. And so with that, I end up with a very clear section of the aspect wheel, which is this one. I have the options of blood, rage, heart, and time. And that makes it a lot more simple to kind of break down, what I am by looking through what each of these aspects means and narrowing it down for what that means for myself. And say none of these are quite fitting, or I get to the class stage and I'm like, okay, this particular aspect fits me, but when I look at all the classes, none of them really none of them really understand the way that I relate to this aspect or interact with this aspect. That's when you look at the opposite end of the wheel and you're like, oh, I'm actually not this one, I'm this one, and I'm a prince, or I'm a rogue, or I'm a thief, or I'm a bard. And that'll usually click if that's the case. Like the second you realize you might be a destroyer class and you look at that, you'll immediately understand. You'll be like, oh, nope, that fits, that finally fits. It's just that specific little niche thing. But anyway, going through this, well, again, I do relate more to the blood side of the wheel. I wouldn't say that I necessarily relate to blood in general. I'm not too involved in society at large. I don't tend to spend time in very, very large communities. It stresses me out a little bit. I do care about bonds and connections, but I can get overwhelmed fairly easily. So blood is kind of off the table there. And then we move on to rage. Well, let's do time first. Time. I mean, I'm autistic, so I'm not like as change adverse as most people. I'm not like constantly looking for change in my life. I prefer more stability than most time people would. Uh, and again, I'm not like super into death. I'm not really good with music. Um, while I do tend to be a little bit of a workaholic, I also am a chronic procrastinator. I'm very inconsistent, whereas time players are kind of always on that grind. And so because of that, I would say that I'm not necessarily a time player. Then we're between rage and heart. Looking at rage, I'm not a very black and white thinker. I do have fairly strong beliefs and pretty strong convictions and whatnot, and a very strong sense of personal justice, at least however my autistic brain defines that. I would not say that I am impossible to change the mind of. I'm a lot more open. I'm a lot more flexible, and my emotions are a lot more under control. I'm not very intense. I would say I don't like. You're like, yes, I was a drama kid, but I'm not out here like flipping my lid because you disagree with me, kind of energy. And so that leads hearts. And looking at that, yeah, that is something that really resonates with me. It's about self-reflection, identity, and emotions. Being authentic and understanding what it means to be inauthentic as well. It heart is very more like it cares a lot about asking questions like why, why would you do this, or why is this the way that it is, and understanding motivations and the desires. It seeks to understand itself, but it also seeks to understand others, and that is kind of where I play. And also heart players tend to be role players. You know, they tend to like to play characters, and they understand themselves via fiction and move that into reality. I think, you know, there's a lot of stuff, and sometimes they may have a little bit of self hatred and get stuck in their head sometimes, and you know, maybe they pretend they're self reflecting when they're really just hating on themselves and overanalyzing themselves, and I can relate to that. But heartbounds are always, you know, they care about their friends. They have strong connections with their friends, and they know how to play roles that are needed from them in whatever situation, which I also find I relate to. As an autistic person who used to mask quite a bit and no longer does. But I mean, I guess no longer is not true, because when I need to, like in social situations, I can be who I need to be in that situation. But yeah, no, heart definitely fits me, and I find it to be very relatable. Which is when we move over to classes, which whoops, that's not it. Here. Uh and then that's just really like going through and like poking through and seeing like, okay, so like how does like so and so, like how does each class interact with their aspect. And it's sometimes easier to just kind of look at the names, be like creators, protectives, destroyers, thieves, understanders, servants. If I were to kind of poke through these, I don't think I'm necessarily a protector of heart. I don't think I'm a thief. I don't think I'm a destroyer. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a servant, but I would kind of put that in the maybe category. So I probably look between like creatives and understanders, because I feel like those you know, get me in like maybe servant if those don't work. I look at creatives. I don't think I manipulate through my heart. I don't manipulate with it. I don't manipulate through it. I don't manipulate like via my identity. And maybe like repairs with or through my aspect could work, you know, but like I'm not that great of a therapist friend. So I wouldn't really say that either. You know, I'm a good conflict solver, but I wouldn't call myself a sylph. Like it just doesn't feel right, you know? So then I look to the understanders. And mage and seer, you know, they're fairly similar. However, I would personally lean myself a little more passive in terms of stuff. You know, I have trouble speaking out for myself or whatever, and trouble taking action sometimes, unless it's on behalf of someone else. And then it's really just down to like looking into these two and seeing like, okay, like the nuances between them. Like, oh, mages tend to suffer through their aspect. I don't really think I suffer through my aspect at all, which means rather than, you know, being a mage, I'm probably a seer, and I can look through that, you know, someone who knows their aspect and knows through their aspect. Um and you know, if I were to pull up the treatise here, treatise on class specting is one of my favorite class specting resources. Shout out to the treatise on class specting. You know, seers are prone to losing themselves. Their own personhood is quite often fully eclipsed by their latest interest. Yeah, no way, you know, just like me for real. The idea of an info hazard is alien to a seer, and they are adept at bullshitting themselves in order to justify the price of certain knowledge. They are also adept at bullshitting others to seem far more put together than they truly are. The aesthetic of wisdom can be a valuable shield to a seer, rapidly approaching the deep end. Though on the surface they understand more than most, seers tend to be neurotic, always wanting to learn more and to learn at any cost. Once a seer believes they know something, it is quite difficult to convince them of the opposite. They are prone to believe that they are the only one who might they're prone to believe that the only reason one might disagree with them is that they haven't explained their suspicion thoroughly enough. Now, if you know me, that's literally me. It's literally me. I mean, like, no, you don't get it. Higurashi is good, and then I like info dump like 10 paragraphs on you, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I can't help it. This is like literally who I am. I'm trying to be better. I'm trying. I shut up. I've been shutting up so much lately. I'm so good. Well, like, are you kidding me? I just spent like 5 hours explaining Homestuck to you, and you know, again, not to bring up my autism again, but autistic special interests tend to be very core to their identity. And I would say Homestuck is very core to my identity, especially class specting. And considering I spent the last 5 hours talking to you and explaining to you about this piece of media, something that I would consider really core to myself and my personal identity, I think that's just like the perfect showcase of me being a seer at heart. Like I know this thing, I know this aspect of myself very well, and I will not stop talking about it to you. Alright, I will not shut up. So yeah, seer of heart. That's how you end up with me. And that breakdown is essentially foolproof. Um, though, if you really want to get into like nitty gritty, the treatise has a good thing that I like to kind of use when I'm not entirely sure, in which they break down the way one relates to aspects in terms of what they call domain, force, and material, um, or basically how the aesthetic of the aspect and how that ties into you, the way the aspect has sway over you personally, like the way it interacts with you, like if the aspect was a deity, how does it interact with you in your life, is kind of the idea, you know. And material is kind of like the way you view your aspect and the way your aspect affects your worldview. And those three things, figuring out how you relate to those can help you figure out both your aspect and how you interact with it. For example, I actually did a really good study of the Haruhi characters and class back to them, and I think that's some of like my best character analysis I've done for some time. Um, I think like Haruhi is probably um the best one there. I feel like I posted them in the Discord before, but I'll ping them and show them off again. I'm positive I put them in my ranting. Um, but there is one last little aspect to class specting that I've neglected to mention because it is an often forgotten part, but that is dream planets. There are two dream planets. There's Durs, the purple moon, purple dream planet, and then there is Prospit, which is the yellow one. And this is just like another way to figure out the character, essentially. So like Prospit and Durs. And the easiest way to figure out um which one is the ever like consistently accurate question of, do you make your bed? If you wake up in the morning and you put those sheets on and make sure your bed is nice and tidy for you to go to bed the next day, you're a prospect dreamer. And if you do not, and it's just a mess of covers and you don't care, and like whatever your bed is going to be next and tidy is a mystery, you are a Durst dreamer. Of course, this question is a way to simplify the actual difference between Durst and Prospect dreamers, in which Durst dreamers are rebellious and Prospect dreamers are complicit. And essentially what this means is that Durst dreamers will reject society and like aggressively and make an effort to not conform to what society wants of them. They refuse to be what is expected of them and are actively fighting against that in order to forge their own identities. Whereas prospect dreamers, even if they dislike society, even if they actively talk about not liking society and not enjoying the way they fit into society, they don't do anything to necessarily fight against that. In fact, they just like stay perfectly within what society expects of them. Or they're just like la la la, it's not my business, la la la. I'm just gonna float through life and I'm not gonna do anything about it. And like, oh yeah, it sucks, but like I can't really do anything about it. It's like it's out of my hands. And of course, like there's dreamers don't actively like have to be conscious of their rebellious, but they don't fit within like the molds of society. Whereas frosted dreamers, whether they're actively thinking about it or not, will just sit nice and happy in their box and not worry about it. In other words, Durst streamers are active, while prospect dreamers are passive. And you might be like, ah, oh, geez, but Carcat's a prospect dreamer and he's not all that passive at all. Well, first of all, he's an active class in playing like an active aspect. Like you got two actives plus a passive. He's obviously overall going to be more active, but also Carcat does want to identify with Alternia's like problematic society. He wants to be a member of the military. He wants to be a thresh executioner and work like alongside her condescension. He wants to be, you know, a part of society. He wants approval within his society. He knows he's a mutant, but he still wants to be accepted within it. He doesn't say fuck society for what it is. He says society is great. I gotta lock in. Meanwhile, Pfeffery, even though she is royalty, she actively defies what it means to be a fuchsia blood by having love and compassion and not wanting murder and actively wanting to help those she deems unfortunate rather than kill them. Is an active rebellion against Alternian society. Vriska, while she seems very rebellious on the surface, is a prospect dreamer and perfectly fits into the idea of what a blue blood should be. She is cruel and conniving and manipulative and is the star of the show and takes charge and, you know, hurts people even when she doesn't want to. And she never quite breaks out of that mold because she is a prospect dreamer. And then on a more obvious end, Rose. Rose is a rebellious teenager who, you know, makes empty suicide threats against her mom and fucking writes wizard fics and tries to break the literal game of Spurb apart in order to get answers, while John Prospect Dreamer is going la la la, I love playing video game, teehee, look at me, I'm an air of breath and doing the windy thing, and just like having a grand old time, just like, you know, working within the systems of the game and doing what people tell him to do and not really making his own decisions. Whereas Rose is actively defying everyone around her. He's like, Rose, you probably shouldn't break the game. And she's like, shut up, I'm gonna listen to the creepy white text dude, who is also Dursa Line because Caliborn was a Durst streamer. Now, you could look at that and say, well, like, wait a minute, but Caliborn is exactly what is expected of a cherub, and Calliope isn't. So why is Calliope a prospect dreamer and Caliborn a Durst streamer? And that is because Calliope plays into her role perfectly. She does not fight against her role. And sure, Alt Calliope does, but she wins fair and square. Unlike, you know, Caliborn in his alt reality, who literally breaks the rules of their existence to, you know, dominate prematurely. He also plays a Spurb game that is not meant to be played, and not only does he play that game, he fucking wins it. He breaks the rules. by playing the rules exactly, but he like defies all expectations. That is not what should have happened, but he defied all of them like a Durst streamer should, whereas Calliope just sits there passively and doesn't really make much change. Again, like Calliope is the most passive possible player, while Caliborn is the most active possible player. So it's only natural that that's how their dream planets line up. Anyway, I think that covers about everything on the class vecting side of Homestuck. I think I've said my piece. While outdated, I do still recommend the treatise on class vecting. It is probably my favorite resource. I like to pick and choose a lot of things from it. I also have a lot of my own thoughts. One day Pokey and I are gonna fucking combine our minds together to like actually make like a comprehensive like I don't know, essay or video or something about our thoughts on class vecting. But this is a peek into my twisted mind. Anyway, it's late or early in the morning. Does the class have any more questions, or have I explained thoroughly enough? Because if there's nothing else, I think it's time for me to call it quits. I need to get a picture of class spec stuff as well. Aspects. Great. I heard there was Homestuck going on here. Pokey, the last 5 hours have been Homestuck. I was literally just talking about you and how we were eventually going to combine our minds in order to like properly define our like class and aspect thoughts. You're sleeping? Ah, it's okay. It's okay. We can I can do like a brief little summary of what went on here. I think most importantly is the classes stuff that I went over. Um I missed the homestick show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll make sure the VOD is up soon. I'll make sure the VOD is up soon. It's been like 5 hours of me explaining Homestuck. I can like go over. I first explained like the fucking like timeline shit with the alpha and beta timeline and how Jane, Jake, Roxy, and Dirk aren't related and are never related. Because sometimes people get that confused and it bothers me. And then someone asked me about Condi, so I explained all the condescension lore. Uh, and then someone asked me which trolls are assholes. So this is my, uh, these are my thoughts on which trolls are assholes. Um, I think Carcat no, Aradia no, Tapros kinda, Solux yes, Nepana no, Kanaya no, Terezi no, Vriska kinda, Equius kinda, Gamzee yes, Eridan yes, Fefri no, Tamara kinda, Rufio kinda, Matuna no, Kangri definitely yes, Mulin no, Porum no, Latula no, Arania yes, Horus yes, Kurlos yes, Cronus yes, Mina kinda. That's my those are my thoughts there. I explained a little bit how time travel works in Homestuck. Uh, and then I started getting into class specting. The asshole to not access is our new addition to the D&D alignment system. So true. Anyway, I came up with names for the new canon grouping of class specs that I quite like. I've called the witch and the sylph the creatives because they kind of make shit with their aspects, or at least the witch kind of breaks apart and rearranges what is there, whereas the sylph takes what is broken and rearranges it in order to fix it. Um, and then I call obviously the prince and bard are the destroyer classes. The thief and rogues are the thief classes. And then I called the knight and page actually the protector classes because the knight protects for and fights with slash for their aspect. And I like the way I describe the page here. The page fights to preserve their aspect and preserves things through their aspect, uh, which I tried to explain better earlier on. But I think if you think about Jake and his relationship to Hope, I think that kind of describes it very much, where he wants to preserve this like idealistic world of like he's been in his gung ho adventures and he never quite changes and stuff. And they fight to preserve like what is already there via their aspect. Like whenever Jake has a hope explosion, it's to protect what is there. Yeah, I said they were ones who wields but I didn't quite like that so much, but I do think they're both like fighting to protect something, and they're using their aspect to protect that thing. I think the page fights more like again, like the page fights more passively, while the knight fights more actively. So the knight is like actively like doing something, whereas the pages are kind of like blah, blah, blah. Pages are protected by and protect their aspect for sure. Ooh, I really like that. I really like that. Protected by their aspect really works, I think. And then a knight fights to protect their aspect and protects others with their aspect. I would say that's probably a better way to describe it, but I'm not changing my chart right now. And then I have the mage in the seer as the understanders, and I put the maid and the heir as the servants based on our recent conversation, where an heir serves their people and a maid serves their master. And then I have Prince, Thief, Rogue, and Bard with the little M's to indicate that they mirror or ghost the opposite aspect to some extent. Thieves and rogues far less so than Prince and Bards, but they definitely do at the start of their journey. And then of course I have like all this like aspect shit as well. I was talking about like how to class spec stuff, and then I also like briefly touched on lunar sway. Have you read Homestuck 2 yet? I am catching up on it right now. I've just met Swiss, and I'm learning about Swiss right now. One of my friends is an artist and writer for Homestuck 2. I'm pretty sure Swiss is her baby. So I've been meaning to catch up on it for some time. Since folks are coming in, I'll do a little doodle before I end stream so we can still chit chat. I find it interesting the way Dirk show as a prince shows destruction as not explicitly elimination. He also shatters and breaks and splinters hard just as much as he demolishes it. Yeah, yeah, because I don't think that breaking something is not necessarily about uh like getting rid of it completely. Like if you break a vase, the vase doesn't like leave from existence. It breaks into a lot of pieces. So let me like bean myself. I'd rather have like man, class picking is so cool. I'm a seer of heart. Actually gonna draw myself in the seer get up right now as a little end stream thing for fun. You partake in the Homestuck shipping? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I say sometimes like I didn't make a bunch of like ship related bracelets during the 413 Homestuck party that I went to. Leprechaun shipping is gonna blow up as soon as I formally written my ideas in essay format. True! True! Yeah, people are free to ask my Homestuck ships. It might be easier to ask like, oh, like who do you Black Rom ship, or who do you like ship as Moirails, than just like straight up ask me who my ships are though, because I have like many ships. Or who do I just normal human romance ship? I guess that's a valid question. My favorite Black Rom ship? Okay. Uh let's see here. Let's see here. I am a big Dirkborn shipper. I think Caliborn and Dirk Black Rom is really funny, personally speaking. If we want to get like a little more niche, I like Kankri and Damara as spades. I think they could beef. A Teresi and Vriskra, what quadrant of any? I go back and forth. Oof. I think their best is Moirails, to be honest. Do I have any other Black Rom ships? I definitely do. I'm like trying to like pick them out. Okay. Here's like an out of pocket Black Rom ship. Jane and Rose. I've had like a lot of fun writing a Black Rom relationship between those two in a past roleplay server, and it's it was kind of peak, to be honest. I wrote a really good Jane crash out at Rose at some point. Yeah, yeah. Wait till you hear about my most niche ship of all, which is Jane and Arania as mate sprits. Niche as hell. No one else ships that but me. I think there's one other person. I saw someone like make fan art for it, and it like fucking jump scared me because I've been shipping it for years and I'd never seen anyone else ship it before. Whenever I hear this fucking song now, I can't help but think of the fucking Asgore's truck meme. Ruined for me. Though this part specifically reminds me of Fingers in His Ass. So I guess there's like no winning with this song. Can't believe Des when we cry got ran over by Togor instead. I know. It's crazy. Aw, look at me. I'm kind of cute. Now I'm ominous because I have one eye covered and I'm like making a point by showing it with the shadow. Do I want the hood up? Yeah, I kind of want the hood up. What other Homestuck ships do I have? I'm like the big thunker right now. That chops us in our tracks. Let me look at my bracelets. Not necessarily a romantic ship, but I think Dirk and Jane's friendship is incredibly important to me, and it's underrated. And I think that they should bond more over how like terrible of a boyfriend Jake is. Like it really sucks to be romantically interested in Jake. I think they should bitch about it more. I also am just incredibly soft that like after the whole trickster fiasco, Jane is like really like the only person Dirk is able to open up to. The biggest by far. A failed star. Um, Obviously Calliope and Roxy is like a top tier ship. I like how all four alpha kids have pretty solidly written dynamics. Meanwhile, Rose and Jade sitting there with hardly any conversations. Yeah. I mean, I think that does feed into Jade's aspect, unfortunately, with, you know, space isolation. Like, it happens. Who knows it? Forgot that the seer thing is a lot longer than that. There we go. Much better. Stop with that shit, cousin. Jaden would basically roleplay each other's class. Basically roleplaying each other's class made me really think they had a stronger connection than they did. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was really funny when they did that. But if anything, I think like it kind of mirrors like Jade's desperation for connection and continual failure to get it. I mean, like even like she was so looking forward to meeting John on their dream planet, and damn, that didn't work out for her, did it? She had fun breeding frogs with Dave, but oh no, now we have to do the fucking scratch, and now I'm on the meteor all alone. I want to connect with my friend Rose over shared interest. No, fuck me. Being a space player fucking sucks for Jade. I feel so bad for her. Can you feel the sunshine? And then oh, and then like the little tights going on. Makes it brand new. You were always near. Here we go. I'm still in ship brain. I know I have more Homestuck ships than this. I mean, Jane Roxy is just an obvious one. I'm trying to think of my more niche ones, you know? Like not ones everyone would have heard of. I mean, look at the bracelets I made. Okay. Underrated ship. Underrated ship. Dirk Jane. Not Dirk Jane. Sorry, Dave Jane. Dave Jane. Dave and Jane. Underrated. I think they should kiss. Dave did not call her John's hot mom for nothing. Come on, people. It would be good for her self-esteem. I think she needs it, personally. I think depending on how you want to spin it, it could be a kiss messitude. I think they could also hate each other's asses if you're looking at beyond canon. But I also think they could just be like cute and wholesome. A really weird one was one time I wrote Vriska in a kiss messitude with fucking Zebra from from Friend Sim. That was a really funny time of my life. It worked. They hated each other. It was awesome. Gotta get ready for work. Kids stick around anymore. Have a nice day. You have a good day too, Pokey. Thank you for stopping by. 1 second, gang. I got a tickle in my throat. All right. We're good now. We're good now. I got myself a little water. I'm just gonna finish up this little doodle and then we'll call it a stream. So if anyone's got extra Homestuck questions for me, speak now or forever hold your peace. I think Jane Arania is a ship that is underrated and deserves more love, though. I think they're two beautiful blue ladies who like telling stories. And Arania is a morally dubious lady who would certainly help Jane in any morally dubious efforts that she engaged in. Go. And Dirkborn is just like a classic good Kismissitude. Jane Spade Rose is definitely like a kind of out of pocket one, but like I don't know, I feel like they could just hate each other so easy. I think like Jane is someone who's like really easy to rile up, and I think Rose wouldn't really like agree with like like the way like she runs Cropper Corp or like a lot of like her views in the world, and I think like she would like like get under her skin because for like shits and giggles, and Jane would just not be having that. Like I don't think Jane would like vibe with like her smarmy energy, especially because like Rose likes to think like she acts like she knows everything, and like Jane is also like someone who's like very like stuck in her own head. So if Rose is like all like being like all a know-it-all, and it's like like almost like being seen as like a personal attack against like Jane, like it's gonna cause problems for them. I don't know. I think and they could kiss about it angrily. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need the lines to be perfect. I just need them to be good enough to convey the idea. It's not a high effort drawing. I really can't believe I just spent like all night talking about Homestuck. I think I needed this. Gotta get it out of my head somehow. Gotta get the heel in there. I hate drawing shoes. There we go. Good enough. I highly encourage anyone on the Discord to ask me to class spec random fictional characters for you. So it's one of my specialties. Um, so it kind of like goes like that, and then hang on. So if I'm like a cloth and I'm like going down like that, and I'm long, I'm like kind of like coming down here, kind of like wrap around like that. Okay. So I'm just gonna like say like there's something going on here and leave it at that. There we go. I think that works. Do, 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 do. Stupid, lousy, goddamn shoe. Okay. There we go. That's get this. Get the itty bitty foreshortened hands that like look like fucking nothing. There we go. Here we go. Beautiful. And then a little heart there. There we go. Now we're gonna just color it up. Art indeed. Just figured I would wrap up my little stream here with a little art of my Homestuck aspect. My ass really really locked in for this stream. I don't know. Let's increase this up a little bit. I won't be coloring it good. I hope you're having a good morning, Redman. I wasted my whole night talking about Homestuck. Can't draw hands for shit. They're hard. I've definitely gotten a lot better over the years, but I remember the struggles. Practice makes perfect and all, as they say. Just make circles for hands, TBH. That's real. Get those stupid green shoes in. I'm like very deeply satisfied with how well Seer of Heart fits me. I'm glad that I soul read that about myself. I believe this is how Seer color scheme works. If it isn't, then people can crucify me later. I'm looking at a night for reference because it was the first thing that came up when I saw Heart Player. Boop. And I love how dopey the god tier designs are. I truly do. They're just so iconic. And there we go. Oh, my cats are being a little silly. They bumped to the table. Sorry if that made a noise. And film these in. And doesn't have to be perfect because I don't care for it to be. Shit's gonna be sloppy no matter what I do. Go clean up a little bit at least. Actually, there we go. Do I want to give myself a skin tone, or do I want to leave it at that? Very, you know what? I'll do two versions. One very like Homestuck canon compliant, and the other a little more me compliant, I suppose. Lurf, Seer of Heart, just, and then let me grab my my model. Let's get my stuff. Thank you for the stretch, Redman. Probably needed that. I've been shrimped up on my chair all day. Hell yeah. All right, let me just get one of my models in here for color reference. Great. Let me just like do this instead. I think I can like fill this shit in. Pretty quick, and then I can just like clean up what I need to after the fact. Feels weird to give a skin tone to this, to be honest. Feels very un-Homestuck of me. Feeling very Caucasian, as the tricksters may say. Okay. And hair color in there. Make the thing a little smaller so I can just like boop, 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 boop. Here we go. And then boop, 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 boop. It's just nice. Awesome. There we go. I believe Rec Room is shutting down. I'm not sure what Rec Room is. Apologies. There we go. A VR game or something? Okay, gotcha. I don't do many VR games, probably because I don't have a way to. Right. There we go. Good little doodle. Always glad to get some art shit done. And with that, at nearly like 6 hours going, I'm gonna end stream there. I wonder, is anyone streaming anything Homestuck related? I want to get in the habit of like rating people more. Hmm. Let's see. There's someone tagged Homestuck in the tags who's live. It looks like they're streaming Undertale. Only got one viewer. I mean, let me look at them. You know what? Fuck it. Let's rate a small streamer. Let's see. Slash raid. There we go. All right. I'm gonna be ending the stream now. I gotta get ready to go to class. Actually. You all have a great night. Go say hello to Flake Universe Traveler, who's playing some Undertale right now. Looks like they're streaming with a Homestuck full Sona, so make sure to say hi.